Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Sorry for the little delayed start, just one of those mornings. So how is everybody doing today? Hey, Golden Jaguar. Hey, Mr. V8 Rick. Hey, Moi. Hey, Colin. Hey, Shadell. Hi, Daniel and Nick and James and PF Dennis. Hey, Bill Brothers. Hey, Derek. Hey, Killer Prince. How's everyone doing? Charlie should be, well, he'll be around eventually. His day's a little off too. We have coffee, yes. We have coffee. Hey, Digital Dragon. Hey, Paul. Hey, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I gotta say hello there. Hey, Scott. Charlie is preoccupied at the moment. He will be along shortly. Hey, Polar Ted. Hey, Teza. Hey, Zuko and Red Giant Gaming. Pathetic Puma and Ed Prince. Whew. It has been a busy morning. Hey, Squirrel Brain. Hey, Sean. Who needs YouTube notifications when you have a wife to remind you it's Charlie time? There we go. Hey, Chikaro. MG20 and Steve and Mark and Brady and Zenbender. Hey, Smoles. Hey, Domenico and Alan. Okay, so we're back to the Micron build. This is by Heart K. The partial kit, everything but wiring, motors, electronics, that kind of, or not motors, but electronics, wiring, and power supply, that kind of stuff, is an LDO partial kit. Hi, my tech review. Hey, Dark Neutrino. How can he be shortly along? Well, Charlie manages. Whew. So this. We will be installing boop on this. The particular boop parts were provided by Fabrico. I'll be using some Big Tree Tech controllers that they provided. And today we'll be belting the gantry and see how far we can get. Hey, DJ Natty. Hey, Ulrich. Whew. We are doing giveaways today. So, the usual Polymaker filament. If you're outside the US and Canada, you get to pick a roll of filament. If you're inside the US and Canada, you get two coupons. One's a $35 coupon for use at polymaker.com, and the other is a free shipping coupon. So, hey, David. Hey, Don't Knock It. And Gary. Hey, Keith. And I saw Mastermind here earlier, so hi, Mastermind. What is a Micron? So Micron is basically a Voron 2 shrunk down to use 1515 extrusions like the V0. So this is done by Heart K. He is a member of the Voron design team. He worked on this prior to becoming a member though. So, and it's a really well done machine. I've been having fun with the build. Form title is wrong for the motors, says stream 2. Now that's the way I keep track of it, Brian. That's the second stream that I've given away motors in. So I gave away the first set of motors last stream, but it was the second stream, right? So I know it's confusing, but it's my way of keeping track of the forms. I could have just as easily probably said it the other way, but that's just what I decided to do. So last stream, if anybody noticed, it was stream 1 of the motor giveaway. And that's just like the Polymaker. This is the 10th time I've given away Polymaker filament. And that's just so I can keep track of what the forms are, because they stack up. Now I'm going to be purging those forms as it's evident that there aren't any questions or whatever that may go on. So, Gary, thanks for the gifted membership. Oh, and I am behind on chat. Hi, Maurice. Hey, Justin. Steve and Charlie and all just finished my first 2.4. Congratulations, Ganfer. A micro is a 2.4 dried on high heat, yes. Hey, DT. And Michael. Pathetic Puma, parts 1 and 2 of this series pushed me into buying a micro plus bomb in a box. Should be here Friday. Awesome. Congratulations. A micron is 0.001 millimeters. If you want to combine 2 involved builds, this is your printer. It is. Hey, this is Keith. Welcome. And Ram Online, welcome. Hey, Poity. I'm trying to catch up on chat. Let me catch up and then we'll get going. 10 spools. No, this is the 10th time I've given away spools. Hey, there he is. Here he comes. Move this out of the way. Are you done? So we'll get our start of stream Charlie pets in, and then hopefully he goes and falls asleep. Tearing, welcome to live. It's awesome. Well, they're following along with these builds, working on my Trident today. Think you'll ever do a ridiculous, humongous 500 millimeter build of some sort? Maybe, but, oh, hi, Charlie. Okay, it's been christened. We can start the show. I'm looking forward to seeing this build when it's complete. Yes, me too. I think this will end up being very well used. Other things that have gone on. I am slowly getting the other garage where I want it. I had a 100 amp sub panel installed earlier this week. So now I have plugs on all the walls, and I have a plug that I can use for welding or anything like that, a 220 volt plug there. So pretty pleased with that. So that will really enable. So the next thing I'm doing is I'm building a new table for the CNC machine, because I realized that an extrusion based table is too flexible for that. So I'm gonna build a table, put it against a wall and leave it there. It doesn't need to move around. Pathetic Puma, thanks for becoming a member. And Bill Brothers, thanks for the gifted memberships. I'm buffering. Really? Charlie left some litter. Yes. Charlie is not great at getting all the litter off his feet. Was I really buffering? That's a bummer. That would be the first time since I got the new connection. So might have a CNC stream in the future. We had CNC streams. Oh, okay, here we go. Let's do the pets. Hey, Cuddlin from Germany. Hey, Christian from Copenhagen. No buffering? Okay. It's fine. Maybe a little hiccup. Okay. Let's get Charlie the pets. Okay, so that is yours. There. You can sit there. See if you'll settle down, and I'll put the camera over there. Okay, get rid of all the stuff. There we go. Okay, we are ready to get going. Charlie left some boop. I was just watching your Trident LW upgrade video. Awesome. Good day, Joseph. I have to say one thing. Charlie has a cat who knows what he wants. Yes, he's now aiming to head back over here, it looks like. He's not settling down. Will I be doing a stream on Enderwire soon? I'm glad you mentioned that, John. I am planning on doing a special extra stream tomorrow. Since it's a US holiday, I don't have to go to work. I am going to do a normal time, 10 a.m. my time. So same time as this, just tomorrow. And we're gonna do a follow-up and the conclusion for the Enderwire. And really it's gonna be talking about the things that I changed, things I did after the last stream, and it'll basically be a print and chill at that point. We'll print something, we'll talk about it, answer questions, answer any questions, and just hang out, probably about 2 hours, because I want to work on some other projects. But it's time for that to go to my friends, and I can't hold it off any longer. I was gonna do a standalone video. I have not been able to get myself to do that, so we will be a short stream and cover that, so it'll be wrapped up. Hey, Joker Nut. So, are you and Nero having a beard competition to see who can grow the biggest beard? No, but I'm about halfway to where it's been the longest, I think. Maybe a little less than halfway. Go look at the Switchwire intro stream, the Voron Live for when we introduced Switchwire. That's not even as long as it got. So Squirrel Racer, thanks for becoming a member. It's like Dark Dog has made his Rev 2 now the main with your suggested changes. Awesome. I have built a Rev 2. That went to my father-in-law. I upgraded his Ender 3 Pro. I did not do any coverage on that. That was needed to be a quick build because I gave it to him, the upgrade to him for Christmas. So. Okay, so when we left off, let's get some of this stuff out of the way. DIN rails. We had built the gantry, and I just set it in here just for the photo and stuff. I didn't install it. So we have the gantry built. Now, one note, on some of these screws, I cheated and did not use these little printed spacers for the nuts. That was a bad idea because the length of the screw really needs how much this printed spacer lifts the nut up in order to really catch it well. So I ended up taking this apart and putting those all in the spots where they need to be. So, Andrew, I do know of ZZ Top. I've never watched any of their stuff, any of their shows, not been to a concert or anything, but oh, hey, okay, we gotta do this. KB3D, Chris, thanks for being a member for 9 months. Hello. Let's let Charlie get his monkey jam on. I don't know where he's gonna plan on going, but he's trying to get somewhere. I don't know if he sees himself on the monitor. What are you gonna do, Charlie? He's got good balance for a almost 16-year-old cat, right? Okay, back down to build area. Okay. Are you done, Charlie? Do you need, here, let's get you some pets. See if he'll lay down again. He's double checking the workmanship and leaving probably dusty paw prints all over. Whatever. Oh, what did I miss? Hey, Rushmere, thanks for becoming a member. Killer Prince, thanks for being a member. Looking forward to this build. Me too. Once I can get started, once Charlie will let me get started. Shorter on the left, but you're about 5 inches shorter than my beard. So what happens is I have a weird, almost a cowlick in the underside of my beard. It's really frustrating. So I have to kind of adjust it. It's not shorter, it's just kind of leans to one direction. And I'm at that awkward length where it has more impact. Once it gets longer, it has less impact. What's the build volume? Build volume on this will be about 180 cubed. Now the bed here says it's a 185 bed. I don't know if we can hit the full 185, but it's a good bed size. I think this is the same size as a Prusa Mini build sheet. Okay, see, he's chilling, he's fine. This is where he wants to be. This is not where I want him to be. I can't make any progress this way. Okay, let's see if that's enough. Okay, lay down there, Charlie, please. Settle in. Hey, John, welcome. I'm asking about the beard volume. Okay, we left off this. Now, I had mentioned last stream that I was going to put the gantry in, even though the instructions say to belt the gantry before putting in the printer. I had mentioned I was going to put it in the printer and belt it after that. Chatting with Hart, I decided, he suggested that I don't, that it is easier to belt outside of the printer. So even though at some point, if you have to do maintenance, you'll have to belt it in the printer, he suggested that I don't. So I'm not going to. I'm going to do it the Heart K suggested way. So let's get this out of the way and get back to the gantry here and work towards belting it. Renee, LDO makes a partial kit and it's available at, where were the two places it was available? I know it was Fabrico and somewhere else, maybe West 3D. There are other Micron kits out there, partial or full. It can be self-sourced. So the suggestion, according to the instructions, and we'll go back to the instructions here, is to belt the printer. Here, let's see. We're past that and we're into here. It's to belt it before you put the gantry in the printer. So we are going to do that. West 3D and Fabrico. Okay, awesome. Hey, Monjen. So the availability of this, what I would suggest you do, if it's not available in your region or from your favorite vendor, is if they carry LDO stuff, reach out to your vendor. I think it's, as with most things, availability is going to be based on demand, right? Okay, so we got belts. Okay, and Charlie does appear to be settling down, so let's get that over there. Is that correct? Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, that'll work. Not a cow lick, it's a Charlie lick. So he sits on your shoulder, he pushes the air back out. I didn't mention, so I mentioned giveaways, right? We talked about giveaways, but the links are in the description. A set of the steppers, the full steppers, Z, AB, and Z, AB, and the extruder, as well as a Polymaker roll. These, I haven't tightened any of these, so they tend to fall out. The screws on the gantry, they'll all need to be loose when I put them in the printer. Oh, it is warm in here. And it's not just because I was moving around trying to get ready. I had the oil heater on for too long. I think Charlie is mad. He's showing his back to him. Well, now he's sleeping. Now he's doing a nice little, here, let's, do like that. There we go. Whew. What's printing on the V0? So V0 is printing some Boop potential beta 3 parts. I had I failed to set the bridge direction properly on a part, so I'm reprinting them. We'll see if they get done by the time I'm ready. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage. The giveaway form says part 2, but this is part 3. Is that correct? That is correct. That's the second time I've given away Micron steppers. It's the third stream, but it's the second one I've given away steppers. I probably should have changed that. So what's going to be the best view for this? Maybe this. So the normal, let's see. We're gonna go this way. We're just gonna belt here. I haven't belted a printer, a gantry. I don't think I've ever belted one of these outside of the printer. Hey, BBs. Boop Betty Boop 3. There we go. Let's see if I can, here. So one of the bigger challenges of doing this inside the printer is the getting around these front idlers. So this does help. I'm gonna have to do this twice. Work on V-core motors while we do this. And then back through here. And then this is the bottom. So we're gonna go down through here, and we're gonna send this through the top of the top here, and then loop it back through. And push it down over the stepper, and that should work. There we go. So now we go back through here, and through here. And then it's gonna go right through here. And we'll end up cutting these with a bunch of extra belt because we don't know exactly where everything is going to end up. So that is one side belted. And then I'm probably gonna cut this, probably about that much belt. That's probably more than enough. Hey, James. I wasted 6 hours on tuning my V0.2 build, all because I thought I could copy and just do bed screws adjust and go full send. Oops. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Oh, so on the, I don't know if I mentioned this anywhere else, but if you were around when I was working on the V0S1, the 0.2 upgrade for it, and we couldn't get bed screws adjust to work properly. It turns out, and I'm not quite sure exactly why, but the homing order that was set on the LCD menu was homing X and Y individually and then Z. And that was causing the problem, because as soon as I just told it to do a G28 instead, it worked just fine. Okay. Welcome all the new members. We will be doing the members only stream this month, this coming Saturday. I have no idea what we're doing yet, but it'll be this coming Saturday. So I think this is probably gonna be about enough extra belt. Maybe I'll go a little more, because I know I have plenty of belt here. Maybe we'll go about there, and we're just gonna do it. And then we take all of this out. We cut a second piece. So, mesh. Hey Kyle, apologies I missed last week. I was traveling your side of the pond, New York City. Not my side of the pond, but not my side of the country. Quite the opposite. Okay, so let's see if I've got these meshed well, all the way to the end. Yep. Okay, 2 belts with plenty left over. That's awesome. Lots of belt left over. Okay, now I'm gonna belt it, making sure that the gates labeling is the right side up, because that's important. Hey QC. Oops, that was the wrong way. So I want to go this way. Move That out of the way. Oops. All right, so I'm bending the end of the belt here in the direction I think I'm gonna want it to go. So if I put a little bit of a bend into that and I push this through here, at the end, it's going to tend to want to come out, and see how it just came out all on its own right there. And then we can do the opposite and push it through here. Hey, Davis. Hey, Joshua. Then this goes under, and we go back through steppers like before. Easy to go all the way through. See, I go through the top there, give myself plenty of belt, and then back through here, and then we can shift that belt down onto the, I'll use some tweezers. Push the belt down out over the pulley. There we go. And across here. And through here. TJ, thanks for becoming a member. These are all mining your data. Hey, Stefan. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech. Hey, Andres. Okay, so that's one belt. That's one belt ran. So with tons of extra, probably more than I need, but this is a new, first time I built one of these, so I want to be extra err on the safe side. So now the other side, belts the correct direction. Through here, kind of bend the belt the other way so that when it goes through here, it tends to come out here. Then back. Back through. Oop. It's getting caught in the extrusion. John, thanks for the gift of memberships. It got caught into the, there we go. Caught into the extrusion slot. There we go. And back through here. And we'll do the same thing. And back here we'll go up. Then I can pull plenty of belt this way. Loop it around. Back through the top. And right in. There. Then use something pointy. And back around the other side. This should pull right through here. And through the top here. There we go. Okay, so everything is belted. Our ends are here. But none of that lines up right. So let's move this over. Use some tweezers to push the belt into place. So that's like that. There we go. We're not rubbing on any plastic. It's not as easy apparently to do on this as on the V2. Okay. And now what I think I'm going to do is grab a boot piece so we can just kind of hold these in place temporarily. Let's see, catch up. Hey, Stefan. Big blue IKEA bag is a perfect budget enclosure for ABS, or a cardboard box, or, yeah. Okay, so let me grab, this is printing boot parts that I'm gonna need for this, but it's printing a piece that I think I have a good copy of otherwise, so. This is the rear piece for Beta 3 of Boop. It's got a similar support built in, like the full-size tap, and there's an extra little bit here, and this is a new thing, so this will be a first. Let's peel this off. So that peels off from there, and then the rest of it should just kind of pop off. Turned out pretty good. You there? There, Mastermind? That's Mastermind's work, handiwork there. I think that worked pretty well. Let's look at it a little closer. Yeah, that's clean. I have no complaints. So some of this is kind of beta for sure. So giving feedback if I see anything. Let's see. Is Boop just tap for Micron and solid fork? Yes, that's the basic idea there, Bryce. Boop is just a miniature tap. A little bit relieved that went smoothly on camera. I didn't try it beforehand. This is my first experience with these. I don't think there's anything sticking up, so I'm just gonna do a little tiny bit of cleanup there. And that's all we need that. And then we're gonna put 2 heat sets, it looks like. So let me put 2 heat sets on this. Hey, Mark. Okay, get that heating up. Yeah, that worked really well, Mastermind. I have no complaints there. Same settings, I didn't change anything from the last one that didn't print quite as well. So those improvements were good. Is Boop going to be official Voron? They mentioned it on tap release stream. No, it would not at all be official Voron because there are no official Vorons that it would install on. So let's put these out of the way. These are, by the way, I didn't mention these. These are from Tensor 3D. They're their anodized rails. They sent these, now they're for a 250 Voron or build, so I cut them down to work with Micron here. But they're kind of neat, just having some customization options there. Working on my B02 build, and when I home X, it moves all the others as well. Make sure your gantry moves free by hand. Make sure you can move the tool head around and it doesn't bind up anywhere. Okay, that's warmed up, so I have only two inserts to put in here. Now, do these go? I think these go in a little bit further. There we go. Yep. And then there is a hex nut that's going to go on this top piece. Let's see what kind of fit that is. That's a good press fit, so I'm not going to worry about gluing that in. I'm just going to let it sit there. There's some PVA on the way. Polydissolve S1, nothing moisture absorbs moisture like PVA. That's true. It's terrible. Hey, Arthur. Congratulations. Greetings from your honeymoon. And you're watching me? Get back to your honeymoon. So yeah, so I mentioned that these builds aren't official Voron builds. However, they have a lot of Voron DNA, enough that we do grant serial numbers for these builds. So this would get a V2 serial number, and Solid Fork would get a Trident serial number. Most of the other printers for ants get a V0 serial number. It was her idea. Well, that's awesome then. Welcome. If it was her idea, you both picked well. Thanks for the gift of memberships, Colin. Were you ever a teacher? Oh no. Oh no. You remind me of a college professor. I would also watch your stream on my honeymoon. My better half loves Charlie. There we go. Charlie is out. Okay, so what I want to do now, so the point of getting this piece prepped was so I can tie these belts here and I can just fasten this in place. It's not good. I'm gonna have to take this off, but this will keep the belts from going where they should not. So I'm just gonna move these belts around. Why are you not moving? Oh, because it's binding up here in the back. Oh, that print finished. Wow. That told me it was going to be almost 2 hours. Let's see if that's better. There we go. So I'm just moving these belts to where they're about even with each other. Mr. Minden, thanks for becoming a member. I didn't know you had to enable gifts from a channel to receive a membership. Yep, it should pop up if it's your first time or whatever receiving your membership. It should pop up and ask about it. Okay, I'm guessing I'm gonna need some M3x6s to attach these. So 4 of those, and then I'm just going to put the belts in here, not fully. I'm not gonna wrap them through the, I'm not gonna wrap them through the little ties. I'm just gonna put them in just a little bit. Mr. Minden, thanks for the super chat. Okay, and then here. And here. Okay, so really this is just for belt control. We're not actually, this is not to assemble this bit, just to hold things together. So, I don't even know that I need to put this on the carriage, but we're going to. Not even tight, just to thread it in, hold things in place. That is going to be, just kind of hold. All the belts are in all the wrong spots, way too loose, but that's fine. Okay, so let's go back to the instructions, because I'm sure we blew right through several steps here. So we have the A belt is routed, and we did that. And B belt is routed. And then this is kind of some tips on, I think, running the belts. Make sure the front idlers are in the loose position, and they are. before tightening down the carriage so you have some room to tension the belts. Now we should not be tensioning. This should be super loose at this point because we're gonna have to move this gantry all over the place once we put it in the printer. So we shouldn't have to worry about any of this yet, but make sure everything is in the loose position. Feed the belts to the carriage and pull them so they're snug. You don't need to get them tight, too tight here, as the front idlers will be used to tension the belts later. Don't get them tight at all. Don't even leave things as loose as I've got it here, because we need to have enough, make sure we have enough belt to move things around. Okay, then we're at mini afterburner. We're gonna skip this. We're not gonna do this at this point. I'm expecting the last of my mini afterburner stuff to arrive today. FedEx, as it's usually taking its time. FedEx is, for me, the worst of the carriers for how they their delivery times. So if we get to a point where we're looking for something to do, I have other parts so we can make it work and we can start the assembly. But right now we're gonna skip this. We're gonna get the gantry into the printer. So we're gonna skip the, oh, so this is just a page saying build the mini afterburner, and we're gonna build a mini stealth burner. So next, we're gonna get the Z-belt set up. With the gantry upside down, you can now install the lower Z-belt clamps. Use only the single M3x12 shown for now. The teeth of the belts will be facing down into the grooves on the printed part. Okay. I'm not gonna do that yet. I'm gonna put the printed part on there, but I think we're going to do the belts in the printer so we get a length and we can cut them all to the right length. Hey Sanity, welcome. Okay, so now we put this in. So for the Z joints, we're gonna use 2 M3 washers and an M3x20 button head. You now install it in the printer. It's easiest if you tilt the gantry to slide it in. This will just get set on the Z joints from the previous steps. Okay, so let's put this off to the side here. Let's pull the printer back up here. I have got a bunch of these, the little stoppers in the linear rails. I'm gonna pull these out because we're gonna use these, I think, as a guide, as a way to help move things around. I think we can probably put these in probably about there. We're just gonna use this as a, give ourselves enough room. Give ourselves enough room to get a screwdriver in to the various spots. Oh crap. Right there. Get them all to the same height now. There we go. Okay. Thanks, Joshua. I'm pleased with the color choice here. Now this is gonna go in here, and let's see if I left those in its good enough spot to get them installed. There we go. Just barely. Now we need some washers. So we have washers over here. One. Let's get 4 for this side, and then M3x20. What size are these? I think these are longer than 20. Yeah, those are 25s. Where are the 20s? I don't know that I have any more 20s, so I'll grab them from my stash. 1, 2, 3, 4. It said M3x20, right? Yep. Apparently some guy called Steve Hills is streaming only 45 minutes into the stream. It's an improvement on the one I have at 3. Oh, their notifications are nice and slow. Yeah, I've let myself get so busy with other projects, I haven't played with Discord. So that's coming. Okay, so the bolt goes up through the bottom of these Z joints, 2 washers on top, and then it threads into the bottom of the, what do I want to do here? I'm going to estimate belt length right here at this point right now, so then I can go back and follow the instructions. Oh, we don't have extra belt. We have 6mm Z belts. This is all part of the same thing. Oops, that's fine. Let's run some belts here. So I think I'm gonna go, yeah, I'm gonna go here. Go here, and then down through the hole in the A drive, and then down into the, let's see how this, do I have room? Or does this just kind of roll around? How do I get this through the Z drive here? You joined to support Charlie. Charlie deserves support. So this is gonna be interesting. How do I actually, there's no access into the Z drive, so I think I just need to kind of try to push it through. Maybe try moving the, anybody done this and have any suggestions for this? This is kind of funky. Maybe does it go better the other way? Let's try it the other way. Like. Lester, thanks for the gift of memberships. This isn't not very happy. What's the suggestion on how to get this actually fed through? Because there's no access in here to the, there's no access. Well, there's nothing here. Yeah, let's go ahead and pull this out so I don't drop it. We go here. There's no access into the drive. There's a hole on the side here. Turn it on the side so you can see. I don't think I'm missing anything in that way. Trying to I think I can see the belt in there. Can I actually get to it? Yeah, I don't know how we're supposed to do that. Oh, I got a little bit. There we are. Woohoo. Okay, I got one. So how long is this gonna need to be? I think I can estimate it right here. Let's take the other side and put it through up here. I mean, theoretically, I could just cut this into 4 pieces, but I don't want to be wrong. So I'm guessing I need to have something like that. So my guess is something like that. Maybe a little less. I can't read the chat with these glasses. Let's see. Least I can do for all the help and support you give. Well, thank you. That's exactly where I'm stuck on my build watching today, hoping you have some ideas. Well, I used some tweezers and I could get a little bit of a view to the side of the pulley here, and I saw the belt there and I kind of just pushed it up to where I could grab it from the top. So now the question is, so I guess I've done that once, so I really think I need this much belt. Let's see if I have 4. Let me see if I have a marker. Do I have a silver Sharpie here? I do not. So let's just mark this. I think I need about that much right there. I can see that. So let's make sure I have 4 of those worth. So as painful as this is, I'm gonna pull this out. Uh-oh. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. So I'm gonna identify that, I'm gonna pull this out, and now I wanna make sure that I have 4 of these. So that's 2. There's 3. I do not have enough. By just a little bit. So I think I went too much on the, I went too much on the gantry, because I would have had enough, but I was overly cautious on the gantry. So here's what I'm gonna do. I have extra belt. Don't be as cautious as I was. Spend a little bit more time being economical with your belts. Derek, thank you. Busy Sunday here, Steve. Got to catch up with VOD later. Thanks for being here. Have a good one, and thanks again. Okay, so I think this is enough belt for that. It might be a little much, and I might be able to make up for it, have enough for this, but I don't want to run out, and I have extra belt. So I'm gonna cut this right here, and I'm gonna cut 4 belts. I've been a little too cautious with my belts, I think, and I'm paying for it by having to grab my stash. The extra belt, yeah, it's all Gates belts. It's all fine. It's all Gates belts. Are you gonna use different branded belts like Linton? No, I'm not. They will be all Gates. Digital Dragon, thanks for the gifted memberships. Yeah, and welcome all the new members. This Saturday, we'll do the February members only stream. So I was short by, let's see how much I'm short by. I'm short by that much. So this belt is not useful. So, timing belts. I've got a whole box of timing belts. This is Gates Power Grip. Let's see if this piece right here that I just happened to grab is long enough. It is. That's perfect. Let me grab 2 of these just so I didn't accidentally mix it up. Yep. Do you have access to the Z drive by removing the yellow foot plate? That's a good question. I don't think so. No, I don't. I don't. Oh, keep grabbing and losing the end. Here we go. Okay, so now we have 4 belts. So I think that that's my fault for being too cautious with the lengths on the gantry. I have inches of extra belt here, so don't be that cautious. Now that we have all these cut the same length, we'll follow the instructions and put them we'll follow the instructions and put them on the gantry. Okay, so all of these, what do we got? At one point, one was black and the other was brown on the tooth side. Oh, but I think everything's lined up correctly. Okay, so let's take this, and now we're gonna set this on its back, and we're gonna go here. Oops, not there. We're gonna go here, and I'm gonna grab. I printed extras of these. I think we need 4 of them. 2, 3. Yep, I have all 4. Bartos, Belt Stash Resupply Fund. Polish Zloty, thank you. Appreciate that. 3D printing has a big community. It's a huge community. It's an awesome community. I am very pleased, very proud to be a part of it. What are you doing in the super special stream? The stream tomorrow will be Switchwire or Enderwire follow-up. Okay, I put a single M3x8 in here just to hold things in place. So I guess we can remove that. Put it back in there. Now I need M3x12s. And I really feel like either I've messed something up or our fastener counts on this are all off. So there's a 12. It says M3x12s, right? Tactically grumpy. Do I have a Discord? I am about to have a Discord. It's out there. It's not ready. So it's not set up, and I'm working on it. Have you found a good best solution for frame skew on a Core XY like Voron when moving the printer? I haven't had any go out of it unless it's shipped and UPS treats it like a rugby ball. I haven't had any go out of square. So let's go back here. So previous steps had us do this with an M3x12 and putting the belt in place. So let's see, how is this? If I'm backwards, I guess I'll just do all these the same. So this is gonna go here, this is gonna go here, and then the belt goes on the end. And that's just gonna be flush. So, and then the inside bolt goes into place. Okay, and that holds there. So I think that's okay right there, and then we'll just do that for each of them. And if we see any printing on the belt, it'll all just go in the same direction. So let me grab some M3x12s. Let's grab this. Oh, thank you, the Poor Boy channel. Do you think there's still room for more 3D printer content creators to start up and make content consistently and do well? Everybody has their own take. So I am a newcomer to this, and my channel, I feel like it's doing awesome, but it's not big by any means. This is just, I'm just having fun. Everybody has their own take. I would not hesitate. If you're gonna have fun doing it, go for it. Okay, so inside one There we go. Has a side effect, may cause excessive tool purchases. I bought a new tool. So I bought a new tool that it's either going to be it is the first, but it's definitely the first of a ecosystem of tools. The question is, will it be the last of them to assist in building the CNC table and stuff I'm going to work on? I bought a Festool track saw. So that's where it's either going to be the first and last of that tool, or it'll just be the first. We'll see how it works out. It's really nice. NH3D, member for 9 months, awesome. Keep up the fun content. Thank you. It's the first, but not the last. That's the worry there, Andres. I wanted a good track saw though. I have a kind of iffy table saw, and there's only one of these with print that ended up with printing on them. I have an okay table saw. I need something to better break down large stuff, exactly what a track saw is for. Okay. I'm trying to hold this into position. Okay, so all the Z belts are now in place as suggested. No need for a table saw with that at all. There is still, I think a table saw is still useful for those repeated, super accurate repeated cuts. I'm gonna be building a torsion box top for this table I'm making, and to do the ribs for the torsion box, the table saw will be better than the track saw because it'll be more consistent. David M., thanks for the gifted membership. I do still like my track saw though. Some stuff is just easier with the table saw, like long, thin ribs, yep. It's fully doable with track saw and all that, but it's so much quicker with the table saw. I love the track saw, I use mine all the time. I got my table saw after and love both. Yeah, having a full complement of tools is just handy anyway. Okay, let's put let's see. Yeah, branded accounts I think still can't get memberships, although I don't know if that's true or not. Oops, okay. So now I've got the problem of I need to I'm losing the nuts out of the end now since I don't have I'm losing the nuts out of the end since I don't have a screw in them, so I have to be extra careful. I think I lost 2. Let's see. Oh, I'll have to, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna put a temporary screw into the end of all of these, because that's gonna get frustrating real quick. Nope, I lost that one. Okay, so let's build a new little stack. Buy some XPS sheets so you can just cut full sheets directly. Yes, I have some. I have some of the pink foam that I plan on using for that. Jose, a member for 7 months. My mess, don't show up on your stream. Am I muted? No, you're here. I don't know, I see that. Morning, PXN. Are you what you're typing not showing up, Jose? I haven't muted you or no, everything's good. Can't tag, Jose? Huh. Okay, so those are there. Did I lose the ones in the back? No. So I'm gonna throw a quick screw in each of these. Even though this screw is gonna need to be replaced, I'm just going to save myself some sanity by putting a screw in there so I don't constantly lose. Okay, there we go. Now we can put it in there. Where did you get the frame? Joshua, the frame came in as an LDO partial kit. So that's gonna go there. The belts are all here. So that's there. I think I want to turn this upside down. I think. Can I? Can I turn it upside down? Maybe I don't. Okay, let's go here then. Your official 3D printing hobbyist order? Well, yeah, that's there's no question about that. Those XY motors look huge. What size are they? I think they're the 52 millimeter steppers. They're the latest V0 spec steppers. Let's see. What do I want to do? So I have a joint here. Right there. So I need to pull this screw in that I put in there temporarily so I wouldn't lose the nut. I need to put two washers under it and then an M3x20 up through the center here. So let's do all of that. I'm gonna pull this screw out. And since all of this is relatively level, I'm not gonna lose that nut here now. I'm gonna pull it off of this side too. Let's go here. There's a V0 spec. Yeah, the latest V0. The V0.2. Okay. And then two washers. Now there is a possibility, now that I think about it, there's a possibility it might get loud in my environment here. My son is having his 19th birthday party today. So he's got a bunch of friends coming over, but then they're gonna go go do some paintball. So just a warning. Wish I had a joint. What controller board are you gonna use for this build? It'll be a Manta M8P with the CB1. So that'll be a first for the channel, is setting up one of those. So we'll go through that whole process. Hey, Dave. Okay, so M3x20 and two washers. So I think I can take my tweezers and my glasses and set two washers on top of this, spherical bearing that we put in there. And then just do like that. And then, I don't know if this screwdriver is gonna cut it. This should go up through the center there. Let's see. I don't know what we got going on. It went through, it's just not threading in. Why not? Is this not, I think the screwdriver might not be long enough. Okay. Is it a V1.0 or V1.1 board? That's a good question. That's a good question. It is a V1.0. It is a V1.0. Is there any concern there? Oh, that's right. John has met my son. Yep. We are going to put you in the entertaining hands of Max for a moment, and I will be right back because I left the right screwdriver. I left it last week in the other garage, and it's still in the other garage. So, oh, built-in can on the 1.1? Okay. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got all my screwdrivers that I left in the other garage. This is a sign I need to have a second screwdriver. Well, I have both of my other these. So I wanted the ball end one. There we go. Okay, so this cannot yet be tightened because I may need to shift. So all of this may need to shift this way in order to line up. So that is in place now. If I missed anything, tag me again, please. Although I'm catching up a little bit, I'm looking for tags. I am planning on using a UHP power supply, not the LRS. The UHP is much smaller. I've just built a V2.4 with an M8P and CB1. The documentation is problematic. Now I have set up an M4P with CB1, so I have some idea. So we'll see. We may stumble through it, but we'll get through it. There is some concern if you try to run it on 24 volts. My son has not done any paintball stuff before this. This will be his first experience. Now, it might not be his last. It might be like me with Festool. Be his first, but maybe not the last. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing on this one. So we'll take the 2 washers. And set them in the spot. I need, at some point I'll replace this camera. I'm really not very happy with its, I mean, it does fine, but the managing it is a pain. Okay, so now this guy goes up through here. Yep, made it through everything. Oh, okay, so that one is good. Let's loosen it a little bit. There we go. So we can shift things around. Go back. There's several of us that have done the CB1 thing. Hopefully we can add to the stream. Yeah, that always use helpful. The blue is reflecting on the frame from your shirt and has made me really want blue dyed extrusions. Andrew, thank you. Oh, hey, my 45th birthday is Tuesday. Many happy returns for your son's birthday. Awesome. Happy birthday, Andrew. I'll try to remember tomorrow too, because it'll be one day closer. Micron uses spherical bearings? Yes. So maybe I can show you on the other side. So we're gonna do the same thing on the other side here. And maybe I can get this thing tall enough that you can see. You can see the spherical bearing in here. Come on. Focus. There you go. There, the spherical bearing up in there. We installed that on an earlier stream. So this is gonna go up here back, put my little stopper back in. Now I need 4 more washers. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh. Okay. Two more. Get those centered. I'm just setting them on top of that spherical bearing. Seems to work okay. Yep, made it through. And then I'm gonna find, oops, that's what I forgot. I forgot to pull the screws out of here. So let's go up here. Pull these extra, oh, come on. There we go. Oh, lost all the stuff, but that's okay. Let me pull it off of this side before I forget. There we go. Now put the washers back on. There's one still there. My new husband and I are watching on our honeymoon. We love starting our Sundays with your stream. It brings such positivity to our day. Thank you so much for all the good content. That's really nice to hear. Thank you, One Who Schemes. That's awesome. Okay, so that one there. And now we can put the 20 millimeter through and not run into a block. Yep, there we go. That's in. And then the last one over here. Washers on, oops, lost one. Washers on top of the spherical bearing. Shift them to centered. And one more. Make sure I made it through both washers, and it looks like it. Okay, might have to shift things around to get lined up because it's not lining up. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Why can't I reply to a message on YouTube mobile? Seems like deeply needed feature. Yeah, it is just kind of a stream of thoughts, right? Okay, so similar to on Voron 2, one of the things we want to do at this point is make sure that all the spacing for the gantry is correct, and there's adjustment here. The screws here on the rear cross brace, we're gonna loosen all of these and make sure that we can shift the whole thing around. So now we can shift this back and forth and make sure that we're flush. We wanna make sure the the Y extrusions are flush with the corner extrusions. We're going to make sure that this is centered. So with that loosened and all of these screws tightened, what PSU brand was the power supply with the 200 watt? It's More Sun or Morn Sun is what LDO is including in those. So I'm just kind of loosening and tightening these because everything should kind of, the bolt should kind of pull everything into alignment here. So just making sure everything is good. Everything feels, use a little straight edge here. Hey, Golden Jaguar. I'll get back to set up some dash cams on my car. Oh, have fun. What dash cam? I ended up with what was it? The black something? I don't remember what the brand was. There we go. Okay. The More Sun is a good brand. For a non-mean well, it's still a good brand. And that comes from someone I trust to have a good opinion or a valid opinion of that kind of thing. Okay, I think these are lined up pretty well. Just trying to tighten everything now. There we go. Well, these should be relatively loose. Should pull everything into place. Oops, we lost. Oh, I lost a. Huh, I don't know where that came from. Blackview, that's it. That's it. That's what I installed in my STI. I got a show special on one at SEMA one year. Does anyone besides West City have PI beds, polyamide beds in stock? I don't know. Someone broke the rear driver's side window of my Dodge Charger on Thursday. Ouch! Stole my backpack with all my work equipment. Yes, that does suck. I'm sorry. That's a bummer. Can you rewind about 5 minutes? I was too busy trying to keep up with chat. Me too. Where are we? Okay. Okay, so having this gantry piece loose here, the pieces, all of this stuff should be movable. Let's make sure everything here oh, it wasn't. So let's loosen all of this. So all of this should be able to shift around so that the Y extrusions don't get pulled out of plane with the corner extrusions. Eclipse, thanks for gifted memberships. You get a whole bunch of new members. Thank you. Someone broke the rear. Oh, yeah. Oh, where were we? Well, those Y extrusions are a pain in the ass with those rail carriages on the salad fork. They can be. If you ever need education on swearing, watch Dashcam Owners Australia. There's close to 50 people, huh? Wow. Thanks, Eclipse. Welcome all the new members. This Saturday, February's member stream. I'm gonna do this again because I had the gantry, the X gantry still tight. So I'm gonna loosen everything, make sure everything's lined up, and then tighten things down. Hard to capture, oh, there it is. Okay, trying to capture the end of the screw. There are no non-members, or they're branded. So I'm terrible at going through the whole spiel, but for anybody that's new here, the giveaways that are pinned in the description, I do my giveaways at the 3-hour mark, but you must be here. That's my compromise. And plus, I like the interaction. So I can't line up on the end of the screw. Where are you? I can't get the driver lined up on the head of the screw, and I don't know why. Well, let's try this one. There it is. Why won't this one go? Was it already? No. You can feel when it gets there. Where did that go? I lost the little bumper, the little stop. There we go. Why can't I match? I cannot get that to go. Why not? Oh, there it is. Wow. Okay. Now now let's make sure everything is lined up. Well, the same one I just had trouble with went right on that time. Can I get your personal hot end recommendation for ABS ASA? Hot end recommendation? Well, I mean, I'm a fan of the Revo. I've had good luck with the Rapido. Dragons are fine. I haven't used a whole lot outside of those. I have used the Drop Effect XG. I haven't heard if they've fixed an issue with the steel nozzle on those. But the copper nozzle they come with is fine. I mean, most of them are gonna be fine. For what I do, I've been gravitating towards Revos. I like not having to worry about whether it's hot tightened. I like on the Tridex, I like that it heats up and cools down really fast. Prazel, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so now I've gone through, so what I did there is I had to do this a few times because I kept forgetting to loosen things. First, I forgot to loosen the rear cross member, then I forgot to loosen the X gantry. If these are tight, you're never gonna get the Y extrusions lined up. So with those loose and losing screws because there's hardly any threads holding them, these can be lined up. Now we can go through and tighten the rest of the gantry. So let's go back through here, hold things straight. just start tightening. Make sure things are centered. That was not centered, so let's move this over to centered this way. I just got an XG, haven't used it yet. What's the issue with the steel nozzle? It seems to, at least in my experience, I might have a 10 millimeter there, yeah. I need an 8. In my experience, the steel nozzle on the drop effect that I got required about 25 C extra temperature to match the copper one. I tested this with a thermocouple. At 275 indicated it was 250 at the nozzle. Concentrating on other things in chat mostly. Wow. So that was the problem. And I talked to the drop effect, the guy who designed that, and they've been working on it. I haven't gotten an update in a while though, so I don't know where it's at. Okay, now this, for the slack that I have in that belt, which is kind of nice to have, this is smooth at the back and the front, so I'm gonna go ahead and tighten these. Actually, I'm gonna center this. There we go. Steel isn't the best conductor. Yeah, it's usually not that bad though. There's something else going on with that hot end that makes it that bad. Okay, that's smooth, and back here that's smooth, all the way at the front, yep. Then I'm gonna tighten the screws on the bottom of the XY carriage here, but I'm gonna do that all the way at the back to where it's just to keep things square. Did you use any thermal compound? Just wondering if it would help. I did not, but it shouldn't be needed. They didn't recommend that I do that when I talked about it. Okay. Okay, gantry is on. Now let's belt up, see what kind of pain it's gonna be to belt up these Z's. So this means I have to go the other way with these. Let's see if I can get any kind of view here. There we go. This has got to go straight down. Late to the stream. Glad I didn't miss too much. Yeah, good to see you. The way I was successful in belting this before is opposite, so I don't know if this is going to work out too well. I can't get to anything. I can't see it, I can't get to it. It's a little bit frustrating. Someone suggested I set this on its side. Can I do that now? Yes, I can. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try setting this on its side. Get all these out of the way. See if I can get into the side over here. I don't see any of it is the problem. What am I missing? Has anybody done this? Because this does not seem reasonable. This isn't reasonable. I can't see anything. It doesn't seem to have a flow that the belt is just going to naturally push past. Let me see if I can force it in with the tweezers. Yeah, it's catching on something. Oh, maybe, is that it right there? No, that's not belt. It's not getting past that point. I don't know what to do with this. You have to attach the belt here. Something isn't right. Something isn't. I just can't get it past this. It's catching. Oh, maybe. Not happy with that. I can't see. Let me see if I can find my little flashlight. Where's my little flashlight? I can't see in there. I don't know where my flashlight is. I don't even know where my phone is. I've got my work phone. See up in there? Oh, maybe. You know, pull the zip tie through first? Maybe. That's a good suggestion. Oh, hey, I see this piece here. Let's see if I can get it. Wow. We have to take off the feet and holder so you can get a little more light to see. Well, maybe, can I turn this upside down? Let's try turning this upside down. What is going on? Okay, all right, like that. It's upside down. Will that be easier? I can maybe use some gravity now in my favor. Oh boy. Yeah, I can see it there now. Oh, wow. Okay, we just have to do that 3 more times. There, just 3 more times. So Nero could pull his through and insert them back in again. If you don't like it, fix it because it's gonna bite. I did try pushing against the pulley and turn the stepper. That wasn't successful for me, but I think this upside down is helping. So let's try another one. So this one is through. Let's see if we can get any better. Let's try this and this. Oops. There we go. We're gonna try this one. Put a little bend. And then we're gonna go up through here. I might need to turn it on its side first, or something. Wow. Okay, so that pushed through. Where did that push through to? Okay, got a little bit of extra belt there now. Oops, I'm behind in chat. Want me to send you the link on Discord to the timestamp? No, this is okay. We'll figure this out. We will figure this out. It's just, some of it is, I can't see. I mean, I've got all black parts and and no light and apparently poor eyes. I can't actually see where this one is bunching up. Maybe it's right there. Wow. There it is. Yeah, it rolled all the way around. There we go. Okay, 2 of them done. It's just finicky. It's just finicky. Okay, let's try this and see if we can get it. Yeah, this is definitely, there you go, Heart K. This is definitely not a fun experience. It would be much better if we could do, if there's any way to open up the bottom here, so you could at least feed it through and then feed it back up. If there's any way to open it up right here, that would be my suggestion. Make a window there that we could feed it straight through and then feed it back like you can on a V2. Okay, let's try this with this one. Definitely, Danny, an order of operations could potentially help. See if I can get any of this twisting around. Oh, is that it? Oh boy. Where is, I think I see it. Do I see it? Boy. Wow. I just can't see. I can't get eyes down in there. I think it's right. Maybe I need to turn this on its side. It went through here. This is good. If it went through here, Let's try this. Aha. So I've got it here. What if I pull that through? I gotta scratch that. Pull that through and then push it back. And I am not paying that great of attention to chat right now. I'll be there in a moment. There we go. Do we have 3 of them done? There we go. 3 done. 1 to go. Let me catch up on chat. Get a strip of electrical tape, 4-inch. Yeah, I don't think tape's gonna work. What do you think about the silicone nozzle wipers used on Tridex? I was looking at the purge bucket mod, but it seems like there's no mount for a Tridex. I've been happy with the silicone wipers. It's working pretty well, actually, if they're adjusted right. 4th belt is optional. Yes, let's get Ant-Man in here. Okay. So some combination of putting pressure here and getting that, turning the wheel seems to be where are you? Ah, I see it. I see it. There we go. Let's pull it out here. And then I can take it through here. Take it through the bottom here. Here we are. There we go. And then back through. Oh, almost. There we go. 4 of 4 done. Ooh, wrong belt. That's nearly ban-worthy right there. I'll put my little stoppers back into place just to hold the gantry in some place, some position. There we go. Awesome. Okay, we're done. Had to figure out a technique, yes. It was just being persistent. Okay, this should go up through here. And then around through the Z-idler. Oops, oh, well, that one came loose. Names are not backwards, I checked. Only one of them has a name, so it can't be backwards. Okay, let's see if we can get this back up in here. It came loose. There we go. Okay, let's make sure all of these are loose. There we go. Oh, I use tape to do it all the time. I just wasn't watching when you started putting the belts on. Was like, okay, well, you still have to get the tape around that corner, and I don't think the tape would be much easier than something that at least I could use the 80 tooth or the 60 tooths down here to kind of get things going. Let's, since I've already got it turned this way, let's feed the Z-belt up through here. Now I believe the Z-belt goes to the inside of the gantry belt, or to the outside of the printer. Oh yeah, I got quite a bit of extra. If I was more economical with my cuts, I probably would have had enough belt on the build. I'm grading all the suggestions. The nylon tie is my choice. Yeah, a nylon tie is nice and smooth. It doesn't have as much friction as these belts. I can see that. Okay, belt. Let's go ahead and pull these off. Now these are going to end up being, oh yeah, they're 12s already. So now I think the idea, are you still here, Heart K? I think the idea is this can go up through this slot here. And that keeps them away from that would keep them away from the panel. Should this go back up through the top? Is there any instructions here? Oh. Is there anything? Belts, routing the belt. Since the belt is already attached to the bottom of the idler, thread the belt down through the Z drive, up through the holes in the gantry, and then around the Z idlers and back down the gantry. It sounds so simple. You just do that. It's easy. Oh, yeah, here we go. Loosen the screws that we use to secure the front idlers and slip the belt under it. Make sure to route the belt through the mouth of the belt carriage, then tighten the idler back down. Okay, before I get too far on that, what I want to do is for each of the idler screws here, I want to make sure they're all threaded in the same amount. And these going through. That way I know that where I'm putting this in is going to be somewhat even all the way around. So I want these probably, these seem like they might be too long, but let's get in here. There we go. And loosen this to where it is flush with the end of the, wow, that seems long. I was thinking flush with the end of the nut, but do I have too long of screws in here? What were these supposed to be? Oh, there goes Charlie. How long were those screws supposed to be? Do I have too long of ones in there? They seem awfully long. Let's go back up to the Z idlers. He doesn't quite want out yet. He'll scratch on the door when he wants out. Let's go back to the Z idlers. I want to make sure I put the right screw in those before I get too far. Sorry for all the scrolling. Should watch those videos and maybe he'll realize how easy he has it. What videos? Hey, Mr. Seven. Wow, we're way back at the beginning here. All the scrolling. That was an M3 by 16 is what it says. M3 by 16. Is that what I have in here? Let's find out. Let's pull this one out. Oh, here comes a visitor. Okay, and 3x16. Yeah, that's what I have. It just seems awfully long. Okay, if I threaded that all the way through, it might touch the, yeah, that would thread all the way up and stick out. That's too long. Is that too long? Are you still here? The manual needs to be updated after the last CAD update. How long should that screw be? Heart K. Hey Charlie, there we go. Pets, 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 pets. When I tighten that all the way, and forgive this, look how far that screw sticks out the top. That's a good 4 millimeters. Should that be a 12? Ah, hey, there we go. Okay, that should be a 12. So let me replace those with 12s. Let me replace all of these with 12s. He's aiming for the shoulders, yep. Okay, so let's put a 12 in there. Don't hear sacrificed voice. That sounds alarming. What? Sacrificed voice. Okay, so now what I'm gonna check on all of these is that I'm gonna replace them with 12s and I'm gonna thread them in to where they're just catching the nut there. And I'm gonna pet Charlie first. And I'm gonna remind everybody that we got 1 hour until the giveaways. Don't hear the satisfied voice? Oh, we will. When we get this belted and moving correctly, we'll get the satisfied voice. I just found out a nice way to make the manual, and I've got a new one in the works to update all these little things with it. So hopefully I can get that done soon. Awesome. So I don't mind. I don't mind catching this stuff. It's not a problem as long as I catch it. It doesn't bother me. But that's something that, I mean, part of paying attention to a build, I was noticing that these hung down really far when they were unthreaded. And then I noticed threading them in all the way, it was gonna hit the acrylic on top, so. What do you think about doing a Jubilee build using LDO parts sometime? Jubilee's a cool, that's the tool changer, right? I saw one of those at Murph. It's a cool build. These live stream builds are great for that. Yep. And I have absolutely no problems running into the problems, fixing them. I mean, let me correct that. I have no problems when the folks that are doing it are receptive to that happening. Dark Dog was great in the Enderwire build stream and took suggestions. And all my suggestions don't have to be used or whatever, but to the, yeah. So, yeah, and Yuri, everybody I've worked with, every build I've done, where any little suggestion, any little tweak that can happen is at least been considered. So. Okay, have you had enough pets, Charlie? I know you haven't, but I really need to work. Let's see if you settle down there. Okay, replacing all of these with 12s. So let's do that. down. Heading Charlie is my job. He thinks so. Okay, so I'm just getting a thread and a half or so on there and then pulling it down just to just get it all at the same level. So when I belt this up, it should be pretty even. Oh, here we go. He settled right in. There we go. And pull this back down. And now I'm going to check them all for about the same. There we go. This one needs to loosen up a bit. Where are you at? There we go. Right there. Pull these all the way to seat them. Bottom. There we go. Okay. Do you think we'll be getting boop assembly within the next hour? Don't mean to rush, but I'll have to leave for work around 4 p.m. That's a good question. Mastermind? Maybe. We can at least get things going on that. I don't think I'm going to be finishing it. So. Okay. I've replaced all the tensioning screws for the Z idlers from 16 millimeters to 12s, and that's going to get updated in the manual. Now, since I'm at this back one again where I started, we're going to feed the belt in. And secure it. So pulling these. And then the belt goes up through the mouth where it's sticking its tongue out at you, apparently. And then we're gonna I think I'm gonna try to just catch the screws there. And then just to where it's just barely, just about right like that, I think. Not tight, because we'll tighten it with the tensioner. But we should have about that much tongue sticking out. Oh, what did I just, oh. I got the stopper from this fell out. So that one's secured now. It needs to be tensioned, but we'll leave that right there. We'll tighten these and call that okay. And we'll do the same here. So we're gonna go to the inside of the belt. Yep, through there, over the idler, and then remove this. You DJ Natty, you can watch the member streams with that account, but not chat. That's interesting. Okay, so about that much. We'll get these started. It should be about the same amount of belt on each one. Let's pull. There we go. Since they're all the same length, let's see. How much belt do we have sticking through? We have 47 millimeters. We have 45 millimeters. This one is tighter than this one. So let's pull this 1 tooth out. Since it is 2 millimeter pitch, loosen this just enough to where I can pull 1 tooth. There we go. That should be 1 tooth. Yep, 45. There we go. Now we get to the other side. I also don't have the play button under the chat when chat is popped out, only when it's in the normal YouTube window. Weird. I dropped something, but I guess I'll find it later. I don't know what I dropped. I keep dropping these little stoppers, but they're not needed really anymore. Let's put one right here just to hold it. While I do this, the pay button. Oh, not the play button. I see. Okay, 2 12 millimeter screws. Because this one I had already started on. Through this way. So we're going to get this just started. There we go. And then we want 45 millimeters apparently. So that one's 47. Let's go out. 45. We don't need the stopper anymore. And one more to go. Those little, so just a note, I know I've said this before, but these little printed nut spacers, holders, that the hex nut goes into, these have made this way easier to deal with because it pretty much puts the spacing close enough to where the screw will pull it into alignment and tighten up. Would love to see a workplace tour. You look like you have a good organization system. I'm getting sick of searching for things. I search for things constantly, but that's me, not my system. One day we'll do a little better tour when I've had a chance to clean up a little more. Maybe one of the member streams. Okay, last one. Up through the drive, around the idler. Then through the clamp. And this is the one with printing. So it's all lined up because none of the others have any printing. That can go away. Now we have 40 millimeters. And 47 millimeters. There we go. That's 47, so it must have been 49 before. There we go. That's 45. Okay. And that 45 means nothing. That's all just based on the length that I cut my belts. All I'm doing is making sure they're all sticking through. They all have the same length tongue. Okay, so they all have the same length tongue. Has nothing to do with that particular number. They're just all the same, and they're all slack. Now I can go through here and I can tighten them, and let's see if I can get enough tension out of here. And it feels like it. There's a good amount of tension there before it bottoms out. So I'm just gonna tighten it to about there and do it on all of them. And this is another, I just tightened to feel. I don't think it's as critical on the Z belts. It needs to be even. Hey, Palpist. This one maybe a little less. Okay. There we go. Dragon Flame, thanks for the gift of memberships. Okay, Z is belted. That was a pain, but it was doable. What should be the tension on Z? About this much. About that much. That one needs a little more. It needs to be even. More than anything, even. I printed that printables tension gauge, set one up good, then used it to measure, and then made the other three match. There you go. Any way that you can do to make them even. It needs some tension. It does not need to be super tight. Okay, now we can start working on the rest of the gantry. Let's get these wires out of the way. These are kind of annoying. I'll just shove them down this deck hole. Although that I can't move the gantry because it's going to. I'll put it about even. You know what? I'm going to move this up a bit. And use these again, the little stoppers. That way I'm adjusting and tightening everything at an even point. Maybe go up a little more. Go to the next one. Let me go right there. I want the gantry to be level as I'm working on the de-racking it. So I'm gonna put these stoppers back in the Z. That way I can just easily move it down to them and I know it's all level. Apparently I lost a screw somewhere. And plenty of screws loose. No one printer, no ore printers for ants. Already have a solid fork. No more printers for ants. Always have a solid fork and V0.2 coming. Anything special this Micron brings? Good. It's a good build size. 180 is a really nice. I like this. I think this is a great. Smaller than the big printers, bigger than a V0 build volume. And this is, I mean, the bed's in there. This is a tossable, tossable printer. So, not literally, but don't toss it. Toss it. Okay, I put those stoppers in the rails just so I could put the gantry in here at about an even spot. Now I can loosen up my boop here and start pulling the XY belts tighter. Since everything should be tightened up, all the gantry stuff is tight. Yep. The X gantry is all tight. Loose the boop. So I'm just gonna pull these screws all the way out. Put those there. And then I'm gonna pull this even, probably even on one side, and then just pull them the other side. Look how much belt I wasted. I wasted way too much. That was a bad move on my side. Okay, with them somewhat, now all the slack gone, now I'm gonna go around and make sure I'm seated on every pulley, every bearing stack. And then looking on the back, and then like right here, I'm not seated there. I don't know if you can see. That's not seated, so I want to get that up there, seat that there. Everything should be lining up. Boop is just a tiny tap, yep. I agree to the build volume to an extent. A lot of models out there are focused around the Ender 3 bed size from my experience with King Rune KP3S. And that's true. The next common one where folks are trying to build to a smallish printer, the least common denominator, is the Prusa Mini. And that's what this equivalent is. So this is equivalent to a Prusa Mini. So anything that's geared towards that size is gonna work well for this. So now all of those are seated. Now I can start getting toward putting the backer plate here on here. So these are the same length on this side. And these are actually the same length on this side. I think I'm gonna try this right here and see how it tightens up. Fasten and seating your belts. Seated. Was I saying seating? I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm just gonna snug those down, and now this whole thing moves nice and smooth. We are going to register for our, we're gonna register for our deracking to the back because we have a positive stop here at the back and should be consistent stop. And I haven't tensioned it, but I'm just showing we're gonna derack it to the back on this. I usually derack a a trident to the front because it seems more consistent that way, but I have 2 positive stops in the back here. Is it the same size rail for boop and tap? The 50mm rail, yes, it's the same. And this on a Micron, a normal X carriage rail is the MGN9C, which is the narrower version of this. This is the regular H. It needs to be wider for boop. Any advice on V0 skirts with hex inlays? Some of the infill tends to stick to the plate each time. Didn't have that problem with the V2 skirts. It's just smaller. So maybe try putting some glue stick down or something as a separating agent. Okay, so with that, we're going to tighten the, oops, wrong one. Tension the belts. And let's see if we can get enough tension on it first to my liking without having to pull another tooth of. Yeah, I'm feeling that. That's pretty good. I may want to pull a tooth though, because I'm almost to the end of travel. Yeah, I'm gonna pull one more tooth. So I'm gonna loosen this all the way. Push these all the way back. And for boop, all of the, is that true? I think all of the Micron or solid fork have a front mounted rail. So that's just kind of a given on these printers. Okay, so I decided I want to pull one more tooth on the belts at the gantry here in order to get the adjustment I want. So I'm just gonna, there's one and one. So that should still be even, and then tighten this up. Has anyone tried using the dark rock plates yet? I'm about to. This will be my first experience. I'm back from dinner. When I left, Steve was just starting mounting Z belts. What did I miss? A lot of frustration, but we got past it. Use a paint pen and mark the belt. We're good. So now I can tighten these up to get to a point. Let's see, did I actually? So that is why that one's looser, because I lost a tooth on that top one. You mentioned there was some PTFE jig for Voron tube cutting. Can you link the STL or GitHub? If you go to my user mods, the Voron user mods folder, I have a guide out there, a little PTFE cutting guide that I use. There we go, that should be better. Another tooth lost. Okay, that is where I want to be. So now, if I go through here and just kind of move this along so that the right side here is seated. The left side has a little bit of flex there. And I think that is, yeah. When you go to the back, I need to adjust the opposite side here. So I'm gonna tighten this side a quarter turn, and then go through and do this again. a little bit still. So I'm gonna tighten this just another quarter turn. Let's run through the motion just to equalize things. Another quarter turn. Okay. Oh, I went a little too far. Come back a quarter turn, or less than a quarter turn. Right in between. Just little eighth turn adjustments. They both flex a little bit, which is good. Little bit, little bit. Little bit, little bit. That's where I would be, right there. I think we're good. Okay, other bits and pieces of boop. Let's do more of boop. Where are the pieces that I printed? Oops. Which machine do you recommend for build plate, 190 or 235? On what? On what printers? How do you know you have the correct tension? I do it by feel. I know that's not a good answer, but nobody has a really great answer. I mean, you can do frequency on a phone app. You can do a little gauge. Hey, Kosh, haven't seen you around in a while. You should do more videos. I enjoyed your videos on the V1.8. This will be a DC bed, I believe. No, it's an AC bed. It's an AC bed. I am looking for the printed parts I know I had for boop. Where did I put those? I have the two magnet holders printed here somewhere. Are those still on the V0.2? Well, no, I didn't print those. I had already printed, this is what I printed on the V0.2. What did I do with those? Well, I've got a couple here I can use. I was reprinting for another rebuild. Ugh. Okay, I have bits and pieces. I'll find those somewhere. These are what I was looking for. These are KVP Stellar Black. I was reprinting to do a rebuild on one of the Tridents. I can't use my side cooling fans when I have V0.1 or if I have the bed at 110, it doesn't have enough power and drops temp. That's weird. Okay, these are what I printed for the, those don't look actually even on there. Maybe I didn't have the bed on there straight. I was printing these right before stream because when I printed this, I wasn't paying attention. You see this bridge here? Come on, come on. There, that bridge is going the wrong direction. So I reprinted it. So that the bridge is going in the correct direction. That's all. So we're gonna use that and that. came off well. The support stayed on the bed. And that looks fine. Although we already have it on the printer, so I don't need that. I just printed it just in case I needed an extra. Okay, that goes over there. We've got that going away. We have these, and I think this is what I need. Okay, boop. This is beta 3 of the boop. It's not actually available yet. I need to figure out, there's some built-in supports here that should come off. Right? Yep, there we go. Built-in support. And then there's 2 versions of the top piece here. One that's compatible with a PCB and one that's the regular bare sensor. And there are printed on supports here. Those come off. Those are all built into the model. Let's see. What changed from beta 1? A lot of stuff. Basically, Mastermind is completely you got the top pieces backwards. Bare sensor was right, PCB was left. Okay, that's the bare sensor one. Bare sensor. Here is a bare sensor. This guy must go there, like that. Yep, okay. Goes on there, something like that. It's either that way or that way. I'm not quite sure. This is the PCB one. Doesn't quite fit. Okay, so this is the bare sensor one. And that would bolt in there. Now the question is, can we get away spacing wise with using a PCB one? So I have a PCB here. And this is the very latest and greatest 5-volt only sensor. And that guy will go right like that. Either way works for the bare sensor. Okay, that's good to know. So now the question is, which one do I want to use? I think I'd prefer to use the PCB one, but Fabrico sent me this one, so I feel like I probably should use it. They sent this along with the boot parts. Okay. Oh, I gotta figure out where heat sets go here. So let's open up Fusion. Let me open up Fusion. I need to figure out where all the heat sets go. I'll switch over to the screen here in a minute. Two from the rear of boot front for the tool head mounting. Oh, okay. Maybe I can just go by Mastermind suggestions here. So 2 from the rear. Go away. Go away. Okay. Let me see if we can do this. So there's 2 in these holes. One each here, right? Because that's the rear. And that's for the tool head mount. So let's go ahead and heat things up. Do 2 there. And then we got our 2 in our magnet holders here. And then are there 2 right here? Do those holes there get heat sets, it looks like? Come on, come on. And is that it? Just those 6? Okay, I don't need the CAD then. What's the sensor with the wires? So this sensor with the wire is just another way of buying the optical sensors. So you can buy it this way with the wires coming out, and then you have to wire it up properly. We'll go over that. I'll have to figure it out too. Or you have these PCBs that folks have made, and this is one that Whopping Packard made. And this is the latest version. I just got this on Friday. Okay, so 2 heat sets here. Let's do that. One and 2. How far are we? It is 12:39. We have 20 minutes until drawing. And then 2 from the back here. Now this is, I think I'll probably put them in for both of these, because I'm really not sure which way I'm going to do this. One there. Oh, shoot. And one there. I'm gonna put them in both of these. I'll remove it later if I end up, whichever one I don't end up using. There we go. I use a sensor with the wire, works just as good. Well, I got this sensor from Fabrico, so I imagine that they sell these. This is the OPB990P51Z. I don't know if that's focusing enough to read it because I have the wrong glasses on. I don't think it's going to focus that close. But as if heat sets would not cost nothing. I take them out and I recycle them, so it doesn't really matter. I reuse them. And then we have heat sets into the magnet holders. Okay. I just did that to some prints, took pliers and broke off area where I had heat sets. Yeah, I use the insert tool to pull them. I do it a kind of a circular motion to pull them out. How do you reuse them? That seems like some effort. It's not a lot of effort. Let me see if I have something around here to pull heat sets out of. I had something handy. Here, watch this. So if we have a piece here, so this is a rear skirt piece. There's a couple of heat sets here. I want to remove this heat set. If I want to remove that, I just take this brass tool here. This is the things, you can get them on Amazon. The LDO kits come with a version of it. I'm sure many of the vendors are carrying these now. But if you heat it up just a little bit and just kind of a circular motion here, there we go. And it doesn't take a lot of effort. Just let it heat up a little bit. Just kind of roll it. And there we go. All gone. It doesn't become a gooey mess. The heat set comes off, and that's quite warm. But there's no plastic left on it. You're not letting it fully melt before you're pulling it out. It's just softening the plastic so it doesn't get gooey. So now this part can go away because it's a dev part. Okay, those and this. And then I want to just make sure my registration, the surfaces that meet up are nice. Now this, is this a little bit of a dovetail joint here? Yeah, it looks like it. That's nice. That's the wrong one. That's a PCB one. So this is a little bit of a dovetail joint, it looks like. That kind of works its way into there. And what size are these screws, Mastermind? That go here, those 12s or those 8s? Looks like they might be 8s. Some insert tools have threads, really easy to remove inserts. Dovetail for a little added rigidity. I like it. And 3x10s, okay? I got 2 and 3x10s right here. Thanks for the stream, Steve. I must leave you. Get up early morning, work. See ya, Stefan. Thanks for being here. Okay, so what I've got going on here, that didn't want to thread in right, but what's probably happened is I don't have that heat set in there perfectly straight, so I'm gonna adjust that. Yeah, and I can tell I've got it cockeyed. So I'm gonna adjust that heat set. It didn't want to thread in right. I could hear it. That should be better. Yep, much better. And I'm not gonna tighten that because that's still a little warm. I just wanted it to thread in. For comparison, my wired sensor says OPB 991. Okay. PS15. Every printer you build, I want to build. Well, that's kind of the idea, right? Get people interested in building. Okay, so that is nice. I like that. That's good job. Okay, snug those down. That feels nice. This guy will go in here. We'll deal with that later. We don't need to deal with it right now. Pandora's box build. Okay, and then a couple of M3 flatheads, which is a normal, similar to tap. A couple of M3 flatheads that probably go right here. And these don't tighten down, they just tighten until bottomed out. Pandora's box, is that a printer or is that a joke? There we go. And then let's bring the printer back up here. I'm not gonna do, so the sensor, we'll include this when I do wiring, which isn't gonna be this stream. But I have to figure out, I have to look up which wires you connect and I think you add a resistor when you do the wired sensor. Need a resistor and that kind of stuff. So we'll do that when we do the wiring portion of the build, which won't be today. We won't be doing wiring today. We may do some controller mounting today, but not wiring. The link in the description of the LDO giveaway goes to the Stream 2 one, not the Stream 3. No, you won't. It's okay. My bad for naming that poorly, but it made sense to me. That's the second time I've given away Micron stepper motors. So it's the third stream of the build, but I've only done 2 giveaways for those, and that's my bad. I've caused a lot of confusion there. I think designing is one of my favorite parts of 3D printing. I'm currently brainstorming a 3-point leveling system using linear rods to stay in style with the legacy. Awesome. Yes, Mercury 1.1 is the next build. I need a 220 ohm resistor, and I've got one around here somewhere. What's printer I designed and how do you look at on a member stream? Oh, okay. Just finished Rev 2 and a friend is working on a manual. Okay, I'll need a refresher on that, Mastermind. Ugh. Okay, my belts are in a good spot. At the very least, I can trim these belts to some reasonable length. Oh, we can take our rail stops off here. Okay, so now everything moves. We can route these belts. Do I want to route these back right now? I guess I kind of need to. This can be a little bit tricky. Not a lot of plastic there, and I don't want to break it. Oh, you got new files for me soon? I was going to start printing soon too, so that's good timing. Dutch dude, get a hold of me, please. So I'm making sure I'm printing the right stuff because I'm within a few 3 or 4 weeks of starting that build, so I need to start thinking about printing at this point. So yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so right now, here, let's get a better view here. These belts go into a little printed spot here, and I need to get my magnifiers on so I can try to push these through. Maybe the curve on there could use a little bit of tweaking, but this you should be really gentle with because there's not a lot of plastic there to hold them. Wiggle that through. There we go. There, that's not bad. Then I'll do the same over here. That one actually went a little better than the other side, so that's good. Goes like that. And this one, that one went even easier. Nice. There we go. So those are on, and then I'm going to trim the belts now. That's geometry I took exactly from TAP. Okay, there was a recent issue with those. I don't know. It got rid of a curve in it, so you might want to double check, but this wasn't too bad. That one was a little tight, but the other 3 weren't too bad, so maybe it's not a problem. God, Steve prints actual useful prints and not another knickknack. I got plenty of knickknacks, but it's mostly printer printing. Let's go back here. What's soon? Okay, so I need to trim these and I need to figure out at what point, so if this moves all the way to the end, these have to be fairly short. There's not a lot of room there before it gets caught up in the end. So these do have to be trimmed pretty short, I think. Any counter to that? I'm feeling good about my tensions though, so I think I'm okay. Hey, Manuel. Let's go ahead and do it. I'm gonna trim right to, we're gonna try right to there. And trim both of them, same. And I'll try to go about the same on this side. Right there, and right there. There we go. And the question is, between those and the Z belts, it looks like there was enough belt, but a little bit of extra would have been nice. That's going to be printer dependent. I wanted to add belt loops to the front, but unsure how to implement it. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. But I think that's gonna touch right there and that's gonna be okay. We may have to trim them a little more. May have to trim them just another tooth or two. But I won't deal with that right now. We'll do that next. Have lots of extra grease. Honey Badger 50 millimeter rail. Let's clean all the extra grease off. Keep in mind that most tool heads are going to be wider than boop center. Well, that's a good point. It's gonna stop before then anyway. Thank you. What is that, Ram Online? Is there a boop for V0.2? There is not, because the cantilever bed, you're gonna get, it's gonna have an impact on your, it's gonna have an impact on your values, on your measurements. Okay, where? So I have one of these printed holders for the carriage. I'm going to, because I like to make sure that I keep things consistent, I'm gonna mark the top sides so I know the way that the rail goes. And I'm just gonna pull this off onto here. There we go. And now the carriage is on that. So, I got all that grease in there I want to clean out. Don't care, still doing boop on my V0.2. Let us know how it works. I mean, the general idea is, it's accepted that it should deflect too much, but let us know how it works out for you. What you want to see is what's the actuation force of the boop versus what it takes to deflect that bed. I suspect that even with the Kirigami, it's going to be too much, but there is nothing wrong with trying it, especially if you want to. Okay, extra grease gone. want this guy, it's gonna go right like that. And I need probably an M3x6 for that top screw, and then by 8s for the rest. Similar to, should be the same as tap. So that's gonna go there. And then I need a couple of M3x8s. Keeping with the stainless steel theme, I guess. Why is that not going through? There we go. What do we got? Oh shoot, it is giveaway time. Okay, sorry Mastermind. We're gonna have to put this on a few minute pause. I know you gotta take off. But it is giveaway time. So last second, I'll give everybody a couple of minutes. Links are in the description. One set of LDO, the steppers for Micron, and one spool Polymaker giveaway. Oh, is this one, does this one need a heat set on the bottom one? Mastermind? Do I need a heat set on the bottom screw? Let's see something. I've got lots of responses to the forums, so they're working. Yep. Lots of people giving away. Or entering. I see a number 2. I see a number 2 in the likes. I mean, I don't know how far we are from a number 3 because it doesn't show me, but if we can get to a number 3, that'd be even better. Mastermind, did you... Let me catch up. Just like tap, okay. M3 by 12 plus a heat set, okay. Oh, we're almost to a 3. So I'll start counting down to turn off the entries when we hit a 3. Mine's still showing a 2. Oh, there's a 3. Okay. So Polymaker Filament is going to be turned and not accepting any responses when we haven't had one in 3 seconds. So 3, 2, 1. Oh, 3, 2, 1. And Polymaker Filament is closed. Scott, thanks for the gifted memberships. And the stepper motor kit, when we haven't had an entry in 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, and closed. Okay, both of them are closed. Let's get this going. We've hit a good number of likes. We're over 300. We'll hit 400 before the end of the stream. I have faith. Let me get all these. So we will do the filament first. Let me create a new spreadsheet. And we need to bring up, so let's go ahead and go here. And that's the printer. So we're gonna go wheel of names. We still have Santa Charlie. I mean, he's giving stuff away. Let's delete the last week's. Hey, Bartosz, thanks for being a member. And let me grab, this is for Polymaker Filament. So if you're in the US or Canada, you get a couple of coupons. One of them's free shipping and one of them's $35 to polymaker.com. If you're outside the US, you get a form to fill out to pick a roll of filament to be sent to you. Both giveaways are worldwide. You have to be here to win. You have to be available within 2 minutes of your name being called. I don't watch for the giveaways, love watching the builds and how methodical they can be through. Awesome. That's the intent, and I appreciate that. Okay, so pasting the Polymaker filament giveaway. This always takes a bit. Everybody's here? I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that everybody's here. Oh. I'm about to enter the shower. You only have a few minutes. Okay, so we are going to do a number to shuffle this between 5 and 10. Something between 5 and 10. There we go. Now we get into the stream of numbers. Wait for that to go by so fast I can't even read it, and I pick out a number. So it looks like 8. Macro lens fund. Thank you. Who was that? Benjamin McGill. Thank you very much for showing off part numbers. Yeah, I need to figure out something. Okay, we're shuffling 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and spin. This is for Polymaker filament. Oh crap. I don't have my phone here. I actually don't have my phone. Nappin, I hope you're here, Nappin, because we're gonna guesstimate 2 minutes. Nappin, tag me, say something, people will see. Nappin, are you here? I left my phone in the other room. Oh, there you are. I see you already. Very nice. Very nice. You are here. Nappin, let's see. Let's make sure that it looks like I have a good email address for you. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I hit the wrong button. Nappin has an email address. Awesome. Congratulations, Nappin. You will get an email from me today or tomorrow with instructions. No longer need to know what region you're in. Didn't need it in the first place. Everything will be covered in the form. Oh, there is a countdown timer on my watch. You're right. Let me see. Where is that? Where is... No, that's not what I wanted. No. That's... Good. Okay, sure. We'll get it. We'll get it in the next one. Okay, let's close this. Congratulations, Nappin. It's always funny to me how US streamers do giveaways. In Germany, EU, we need a complete giveaway terms and conditions linked with a giveaway. I don't know, maybe I should be. Just type timer in Google. Yeah, it'll be fine. I got it going on my watch now. Okay, let's clear this out. Delete. I said delete. There we go. And now we're going to grab the stepper motor list. The condition is you have to be here. Yep. As soon as it becomes work, I don't do it. So as long as this works, we will keep doing it. We all agree 42 this time. Okay, there is the... Okay, wait for that to paste. I'm going to win the steppers. Joshua. Let's see if Joshua wins the steppers. Okay, there we go. Okay, since it seems to be we need to do it. Let's go with a number between 1 and 43. It's a number between 1 and 43. I got to see that stream of text. 1 and 43. What number are we doing? There we go. I think, I'm not sure, but I think 42 is the most common number. Do we really use the 42 on this one? Doesn't mean we can't do it later. Okay. I'm not gonna wait for each one to show. I'm just gonna click this 42 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. 4 divided by 2 equals 2. Oh boy. Okay, 42. And spin. This is for one set of Micron stepper motors from LDO. So big thanks to LDO and big thanks to Polymaker. Opera Duchess? I don't know how to say that. Are you here? Let's, oh shoot. Where did my timer go? Cupra Duchess? Cupra Duchess, are you here? Not taggable doesn't necessarily mean anything. They just might not have typed anything. They could be here. Are you here? Tag me, say something in chat. People will see you. I've got a timer going, sort of. It's on my watch. Are you here? Another 42 spins. There you are. Awesome. I see you. Good job. Congratulations. Next shuffle is 69. Okay, let me see here. Let's congratulate both winners, everybody. Congratulations. Let me make sure all my normal checks. Yep, we look good. Awesome. Congrats. Let's go back to the build. Let's close this. Let's go ahead and delete the names here. There we go. Okay, where are we at? Thank you for saving Steve Builds mouse button. Yes. Wait until the joke numbers arrive at 420. Think that was the fastest I've ever gotten ready for work. Did I pull a polar Ted? Nope. Nope, you're safe. Okay. So I have to replace this bottom one. It's the same as tap. So I need an M3x12 and a heat set insert. So we're gonna pull that out, grab is this one a 12? Yep. And then a heat set insert. Now we do wanna make sure heat set insert has a narrow end and a fat end. We wanna put the narrow end onto the screw first. It just gives you more surface area to tighten against on the rail. So, and I actually want this to be I think I want this to be a socket head, not a button head. So let me grab a socket head. Whew, I don't have many of those left. Okay, so right like that. And then we can go in here. Everything is tight. Now, I do need to put the magnets into these guys. Oh boy, Eclipse, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for your awesome streams. Much appreciated. Where are my, here we go. We can't see much. We'll try here. Couple of magnets. Let's see how well these stick in. Maybe a little bit of super glue. Maybe I'll do the Gorilla Glue. A little bit of Gorilla Glue. Okay, and okay, so right like that to that. And a little bit of Gorilla Glue, I think. Oh, unpin the giveaway. Thank you. Let me unpin. And let me go ahead and go in and delete the links in the description. And save that. Okay. 3 hours already. Okay, so these little adjustable magnet stops get a magnet pressed into them. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna use this. This glue is not gonna have a chance to set on during the stream, but between streams it'll definitely be fine. So just a little bit of glue in there. And then these do not really matter, the direction or the polarity. Any parting thoughts before I head out the door? No, I mean, it's going together pretty well. I don't have any complaints here. I'll let you know if I run into any issues. Now, the polarity doesn't matter on these, but I am making sure they are pressed in at the same polarity between each one. I mean, you know me. Do you prefer Gorilla Glue over super glue for magnets? This stuff has been working pretty well because it has a little bit of, it's not brittle, and I don't think it has the same temperature constraints as super glue. It seems to work pretty well. Clee turned me on to trying that. How long do you wait before you put strain on those magnets after glue? I think just the friction of the magnet in the printed part is going to be enough until the glue sets up. Emmanuel, thanks for the gifted memberships. This is just, what is this? Clear Gorilla Glue. It's supposed to work even better if you moisten the part before you put the glue on, but honestly, I didn't remember that I had to glue something, so I didn't prep for that. So I'm just gonna see how it works like this. And also assume that the fallback is that just the friction of the magnet in the part is probably enough for this. And apparently you can open the bottle twice, yes. I've used that several times. I've used this for quite a few builds, and that's how much I've gone through. Next to none. I've used it on clickies. I've used it on the Nevermore filters. I don't think CA activator would work with this. See ya, Manuel. Have fun at work. Said moist. Okay, these need to go in there, and let's do this. Let's go here because I don't want to guess on this. Let's go to Voron tap GitHub. CA activator needs air. Do you know if anyone has messed with conductive epoxy for things like Clicky or Euclid? I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna go to the manual here and look at the assembly manual. Do I already have this loaded, or do I have this? Let's see. Let's see if I've already downloaded this. We're on 0.2, assembly manual tab. Here we go. Oh, wow. Move this over. That's kind of weird. Oh, apparently I loaded, I was at the end of the document. Two dots left, one dot right. That's all I wanted. 2 dots left, 1 dot right. So here's why I did that. So if you look at this piece, see that has 1 dot? This one has 2 dots. So 2 dots goes on the left. So 2 dot goes in the left one. That should go right in there like that. And 1 dot goes in the right. And then I need M3 by, I think it's gonna be the same size. We want M3 by 10s with an M3 washer. Oops, right there. M3 by 10s with an M3 washer to go into there. So this is a beta unit, no manual, so we're kind of putting things together. Oops. The magnet holders. So since those magnet holders are the exact same part from TAP, these parts didn't actually change at all. I think the only thing that didn't change. Now I need some M3 by 10 button heads. 2 of those. And then a little washer on each one. This should go in here. And I'm just going to just thread it in. We're not actually tightening these yet. So this just goes in the side here. And then that will allow this to move in and out. We're not tightening it. Okay. Now we can put the sensor on this after all of this is assembled. So I think we're ready to put the carriage back on, and then we can bolt this to the front. What kind of ball joints does this use? It uses an IGUS 3mm joint. Are you talking about in the Z joints here? Okay, so we're gonna put the carriage back on now. And I think that's probably gonna be back to this camera. No, that one, that one. Because we're going to take this, and we're gonna set this little printed adapter on here and kind of give it some pressure. This is a little finicky, but that should roll right on there without losing any balls. Woohoo! And then this, cool. This is gonna go on right there. So now we're gonna need, what are the, probably some M3 by 6 or 8. Let's see, M3 by 8 with a washer, I bet. Yeah, I bet you it's M3 by 8 with a washer. What kind of webcam model is that? Yeah, this is the Logitech C922. I'm not really happy. I've got some general issues I need to take the time to figure out in terms of lighting and focusing on my various cameras here. Okay, M3 by 8s and some M3 washers. Don't have enough of those others. Not that one. There, and there. White flash just me? What? We had a white flash? I feel this is better than a full-size stealth burner on the V2 MGN9 on X. Thoughts? Lighter, so would be faster. This, I mean, I don't know how many people have put this on the full-size printers, but it should be doable. Okay, so that should tighten down there. This one, oh, what is going on? Why am I, here, once again, my own preview is not live. It's weird. That happened to me before. Okay, 2 more of these. Oh, you know what? Why don't we go? There we go. And one more. A lot of internet issues until I replace equipment. Always keep an eye out for shelling out money. Oh yeah, I shelled out a bunch recently on all new networking equipment. Okay, so right there, that, yep. Now the magnets are not in the right spot for it to pull down yet, but that is boop. A sensor goes in the back, which we haven't put on yet, but we'll do that when we do wiring. So we should be able to, if we go here and loosen this. Now you see how as soon as I loosen that, it snapped into place. Now with it snapped into place, we can snug it down. And we'll do the same on the other side. I don't know if this will be as good of a view. Yep, just snapped into place. There we go. Now it's pulling back down. And then the weight of the tool head will make sure it stays down too. This screw down here is the bottom stop. And then there's some printed pieces that is the other stop. That is kind of satisfying, releasing those magnets. This is a nice little setup. I like it. The aesthetic is good. Then at some point, this guy will go on right like that. Something like that. Okay, Gantry is done. I'm not ready to trim these belts yet. I'm gonna just leave them right there for now. Yeah. If we look at this from the back, this sensor, we can still get to it. We can still get to it there. That'll bolt in there, and then the wires will come up to the tool headboard I'm gonna use. Now this uses the same, this is probably not the right size screw, but remember on a V0, you have a screw coming from the back to engage with that hex nut on mini stealth burner. So that goes there. And then from the front, you have these two screws that hold either side that are the screws that go through here. This will have a CAN board. Yes, we are using CAN. It uses the whole nozzle mount as a sensor for bed leveling. Yes. So just like tap, this whole thing ends up being your Z probe. So the nozzle itself on your tool head pushes against your build surface for your Z probe. Awesome. Let's play with layout, electronics layout. What is the weight of the head assembly? We can weigh the whole stealth burner, mini stealth burner when we're done. CNC maker. If you remind me after we build it, we can weigh it. What can will I use? It's gonna be all the big tree tech stuff. All the big tree tech stuff. So, here, we can go through some of it right now, because we're gonna have to start putting mounts together. So what do I have here? This is stepper drivers. So 2209s. This is the EBB 36. So this is the CAN tool headboard I'm gonna use. And then all the connectors for it. And then will be an M8P. So Manta M8P. So the big tree, so yes, Poindexter, you're absolutely right. If you have the EBB, come on, EBB 36 CAN, if you have the version, is it 1.1 or 1.0? Be careful, because there is a problem with them where in DFU mode, it activates the heater. So if you've noticed on all my recent builds, just as a matter of safety, I don't hook up the heaters until things are configured and should be working properly. I hook up the heaters intentionally very last while I'm watching it to see if they're going to heat up without being told to. So. Okay, so that extra ducky, add to my collection, and then should have, that's an EBV 36. Yeah, a U2C, because this is, apparently this is the 1.0 board. I still need a U2C for the CAN to USB. Does the guy that designed this make YouTube videos? No, I don't believe so. That's Heart K. If there's room enough for electronics to be hidden under it. Yes, all the electronics will fit. I have the Manta M8P and CB1. Yeah, so we'll be using a CB1 for this. The CB1 is around here somewhere. we're mostly going to today is going to be focusing on just getting the electronics area laid out. Found out that mine has a gauge meter. Does tap work like this too? I don't know what you mean by gauge meter. After watching the Tridex Part 6 stream, I ordered a pile of Mellow Fly can boards. Yeah, they work pretty well. They do run a little warm, but I haven't, as far as I know, I haven't run into any problems related to them running warm. Have you thought about wiring a 24-volt LED in parallel to the heater cartridge? No, you could. But no, I haven't. Is it a newer version of the CB1 because there were Wi-Fi issues? It is. It's the version 2.2 or whatever. It's the updated one. Yeah, and I have both. I've experienced those issues, but it's the updated one. See you, Renee. And Charlie is awake and wandering. Thank you for stream. Heading out. See you on Monday. See you, Golden Jaguar. The CB1 Wi-Fi issue should have been fixed in software also. Not completely. So there is a component you can change on the CB1 to really fix it. Now give me a second. I gotta let Charlie out now. So what are we at? 1:30. So we have enough time today to get the electronics mounted mostly and laid out. So that's what we will do. Okay. JC, you finally made it. We still have plenty to go, but not a whole lot of time to go. We'll probably be done here in another 45 minutes or so, I think. Get to the 4-hour market-ish. Gauge meters an invention to measure stuff. I think it reacts on heat. Okay. My V0.2 is currently on a Mellow SHT, the unfortunately named SHT36 and U2C, and my switch wire will be on the SB2040. I also have one of the new, BTT Stealth Burner tool head boards. I haven't dug into that yet though. I need to figure out how to incorporate that into something and show you how to configure it and learn how to configure it myself. My biggest issue is that you can't connect the CB1 to one of those nice BTT touch screens. I agree. That is frustrating. Do you have any experience with the slot style 2209 modules? Not at all. I've not owned one. I haven't checked them out at all. Okay, Gantry's done. Boop is installed. I like Boop. This is cool. It seems pretty sturdy too. So where does CAN connect to? Pyre board. It'll connect to the USB port on the Manta M8P. Maybe I'll do this. Let's just turn it upside down and go here and go here. There we go. And these can come out of here now, since they're not in my way anymore. Will this printer be called Betty? No. And in my extremely in my very creative naming scheme, it'll probably get named Micron. Then it's just micron.local on my network. The gauge meter bed leveling does same visual as tapping, so thought it's the same, but seems an other thing. So tap and boop use these optical sensors where there's a little tab on the tool head that interrupts the beam here that's between these two pieces on this sensor to trigger. My coffee is just about empty. There we go. There is less space here, but let's look at this. Let's figure this out. So I have manta. So that's probably going to go something like that. I have power supply. I'll go something like that. And probably something like that and that. And I need to fit in a somewhere. Need to fit in a SSR, and that'll go probably back here. Do you see yourself building a VZ bot when kits become available? If I had an opportunity to build a VZ bot, I would probably take it. That the creator Vez, I don't know what his actual name is, seems to be a super exciting guy. Very, very fun, very passionate about that project. That's the kind of thing that I like to build. I've found that I like to do these community builds. So if an opportunity came up, Simon, that's it. I would probably be very interested in that. I don't know where I'd put it. On anything, I probably am gravitating towards the smallest possible build. So maybe I'll go this way, because this is going to go on a rail. So maybe I'll go this way and put the SSR there and do something like this, because there's going to be two rails here. Watch where you put the screw terminals. Yeah. Thinking, because this will be AC going to there, keep all of my AC in this little spot here. DC comes over here, and that should be pretty good. I saw the VZ150. That's where I'd be gravitating. Needs a hinge bottom plate to mount it all? I don't think so. Not with this, not this size of printer, and the particular combination of things. I don't need an extra Pi because I've got the CB1 module here. I think this will fit right like that. And there's probably some Wago connectors that'll go on here. VZ235 all-wheel drive is likely my next printer. They do an all-wheel drive on the 150 too, right? That's a new one. The only thing about the 150 is a bit bulky in the back with all the stuff, the controllers, or the things in the back. Okay, so I showed these earlier. These are the maybe that can go right there. Tensor 3D anodized rails. So this is what I'm going to use. I think these might even be able to just go, well, the screws aren't going to line up for those, so I'm going to figure out how that's going to go there. Oh, here comes Charlie. Hold on. Don't eyeball it this time with BH being like you did on the solid fork. You were not yourself back then. No, we'll be good. Let's see how this, I think that's actually a really good spot right there. Where those screws are. And then this one will probably go like right there. If that goes there, where those screws are. That one might go right there, but I probably want it to go just a little bit over. There are plenty of mods for a Voron style skirt. Oh, for the other printer. Knowing the size of the MAP, I'm surprised by how big this printer is. Well, it is a 180 build. Oh, hi, Charlie. Oh, I fell behind again. Does this 3D printer make me look bulky in the back? Rotate the closest DIN rail 180 degrees? Oh, maybe. Let's see. Nope, it's still not quite. Still not quite there. I may have to drill some new holes or, well, let's see where it ends up mounting. Thanks, Charlie, you're clicking on things. We're gonna have some Charlie moderators if I'm not careful. I have an early VZ bot. For some reason, some members of the community jumping onto other groups to trash them. It's kind of bugged me, so it sits. Oh, well, that's not. Oh, hi, Charlie. What are you doing? Okay, well, get it out of your system. That's not good. I'm not too thrilled with core communities. Well, we'll see. Golden Retriever puppy is watching Charlie crawling around on the screen. Wiring job needs to be on point, almost no space there. Well, I hope to live up to that on point wiring. You get this out of your system? Pretty sure the DIN rail mounts on the sides. You're right, Ryan. I was getting there. I'm just kind of playing around with how things sit. You gonna come over here? Okay. Let's go here. Someone say that CV1 doesn't work with touchscreens. It doesn't work with the DSI cable touchscreens, Bill Brothers. So there are some printed spot parts to mount these DIN rails. What I'm doing right now is just kind of laying things out and see where stuff falls. There are these printed mounts, and we're gonna try that as well and see if it interferes with these screws. I could change these maybe to some flatheads so I have full flexibility on where this rail goes. But this back one lines up pretty much perfect with those screws. So I may just attach that to the deck with those screws. Parrot cat, yep. So every community has its idiots. What I'd want to avoid is a community where its idiots there's no effort by the people who run that community to quelch that behavior. There are some communities out there that it doesn't appear that the leadership minds that. And that's really where I was going with that. I would not condemn a community based on a few idiots. But if their leadership is not actively working to stop that kind of behavior by bans or mutes or whatever type thing, then that's where I'd be a little bit less inclined to support it. And like I said, Simon I've only interacted with Simon by watching his videos, and he seems so excited, and I like that. And he has a little bit of snark to him too occasionally, which is not a bad thing. So. Do you still have access to the cable holes for the bed when the upper rail is mounted to the bed extrusions? Yes, full access. I can feel it right there. It's right there. Full access to it. Okay, let's see if Charlie's gotten enough pets to settle back in his pillow. Okay, let's get this out of the way and let's try to mount this one with these. With these. Okay, so that goes on the end there. And I should have all the fasteners in the side that I could need. Let's put that right about there. Be fair though, there's trashing and then there's bias coming in from a Gerbil world. I've resisted Clipper because of the community bias to it being better than Marlin. There are definitely some folks that's a little tougher. I think within I feel like the audience, like in terms of when you're talking Marlin or Clipper, that's a huge audience, and you're going to get folks that are pretty toxic along that, and it's not a folks that any one group could even help. Well, I mean, you take little bites of it, right? Trying to discourage that, but like the whole Tom with all the Clipper folks being pretty rude in his V2 build when he didn't go with Clipper, that's tough. Okay, where do we have there? There's those two, so that's these. Yeah, that was not a great look for those folks. Okay, I think M3x8's here, so we're gonna try that. And I think I can just set this here and try to position. What do we got here? I'm going to mute that computer so I don't get distracted by notifications. This out of the way, and then let's see if we can get this installed. See you, JC. Yeah, I agree, PXN. That's a tough line, and it's not a line that I've even fully set as far as my opinion there either. I think in general, I just want to have fun with this. That's all it is. And when there's that kind of thing going on, it's not as fun. So. There we go. Okay, so that side is in. I think this might sit up high enough by default to slide right over those, yeah, the button heads on the bottom. So I don't think I have to touch those. These are kind of tough to line up. There we go. Kind of tough to line up and then line it up. And then this one there, and one more. I can't really see, so I'm gonna turn this way so I can actually see what I'm aiming for. I think people forget that though Steve builds as a relative newcomer to 3D printing, it's been tough trying to learn at times. Yes. There we go. Okay, so this one is in place, and that definitely goes above the screws that hold the deck on. I think for flexibility, I'm gonna go ahead and mount the second rail with these as well. And then I don't have to worry about it lining up exactly with that. I can shift it a few millimeters here or there if I need to. Where did my other rail go though? Oh, it's attached to the to the power supply. What refs are you planning to go to this year? Yes. The answer is yes. I am planning on going to them. Yes. What is... Okay, I'm missing one. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. So I will definitely absolutely be at Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. I have everything booked. Hotel, rental car, that's all booked. I am planning on being at Murph, although I haven't booked anything yet. But every intention of going there. And then, where'd the... And there we go. I am planning on being at IRF, and I'm planning on being at Smurf. So. And I would love to be at Barf. We just have to plan a Barf. See you at Smurf. Well, I'll buy you a beer. Uh-oh. That sounds like a good time. My liver will never be the same. Okay, so that's there. Now I have to do the last one. And then just shift the nut over into place, drop the screw, abandon it, find it later. There we go. And then shift this one over into place as well. A Sacramento RRF. Yes. Are you here local, Benjamin? Are you a Sacramentan? Smurf is in Oxford, England. Okay, so that is gonna go there. The power supply is gonna go on like this. So I wanna move this probably about as far over as I can get away with, because there's no reason for it to be anything but far over. Tighten that into place. Is there a V0 built using 2020 extrusions? There is. It's called the, what is that called? I'm drawing a blank. Oh, you're in Orangeville? Awesome, Benjamin. You know, if we're contemplating doing a, just a get together and go to a local brewery night. We do that occasionally. Well, not we do that occasionally. I've done that occasionally. Usually with Niraku, but it would be cool to get together a little bit. It's only 20 minutes away from you. You're here too, Steve? Maybe once the Discord's set up, we can get something organized. Tiny M, thank you. That's what I was drawing a blank on. Yeah, Niraku, let's do it. Let's do another one. I need more 3D printer friends, only have one and he's in Redwood City. Yeah, let's do it. Well, let me get the Discord set up so we have a place to organize. Then we'll talk about it. I know there's another, at least one other local person. I don't know why I'm tightening that down. Okay, these are gonna go here. Let's get the mounts all set. So the power supply I'm reusing from the orange Trident. Now remember when I built the Tridex, I had this in here, but it really seemed a waste. So I swapped it for a LRS power supply. So this is going in here. It has the wrong color mounts because they're the wrong color. So I have printed new ones. So we're gonna do that. Swap those out. I'm in Tracy, but not quite 21 yet. So you're Tracy, that's where the V1 engineer, Ryan with V1 Engineering is in Tracy. That's pretty close. Give me 24-hour heads up, I have to book a flight. Steve Knobs, oh, it's near Oxford, I see. Here, I'm gonna take the opportunity here to pull these heat sets and recycle them. More bits and pieces. I'm in Elk Grove. Oh, nice. Niraku's in Elk Grove. The NPC, yeah, NPCNC guy. Sacramento Rep Fest. $21 is an arbitrary number. I agree. Okay, so we're just gonna take our iron here and let it warm up and just roll those out of there. That one and that one. There we go. And then these can go away. And all they did was not the right color plastic. $21 is half the answer to the universe. There's the connection. Another Bay Area person. Okay, let's just grab the ones I just pulled right out. Now these are not the mounts that are in the Micron build files. I think these are actually lower profile, but I'm not 100% sure. These are ones that I modified when I put this in the Trident. So go there, there, and then we need, the Manta mounts. So for some reason, Big Tree Tech has been going funky on their mounting hole patterns. So this is the weird shape, and they're not actually centered this way on the board either. So let's get these all set up. Those. There we go. And now we need some self-tappers. I think I took those and put them. Yep, here we go. Used to work the Fine Arts Department in San Mateo County Fair. See ya, Colin. So, funky shape mounts. I just modeled these 2 days ago, so I'll get them out there. They need to be available. But let's go ahead and put them on. Put these together. Hey, Dewitt. How are you? What are you going to cover today in your stream? Are you streaming today? Okay, and then I'll need a few 3x6s. So now if you notice the mounting hole, so here's a mounting hole, there's a hole, and then this one is further up from the bottom than this one, and there's another one. So this is designed to fit between those two there. I think I just lined those up, see, just like that. Now I have not tested these, so let's see how good I am at these measurements, getting the measurement the first try. I'm pretty good, apparently. Yeah, so these two holes from the top are 4.74 or whatever millimeters from the edge down. This one from the bottom is 5 millimeters up from the bottom, and this one's 8 millimeters up from the bottom. These are in line this way on this side, but they're offset this side. It's all because of you. I did the Trident build. Awesome. Glad you had fun with it. You ready to? Oh, Charlie's climbing again. He's on the Micron right now on the floor. He's working his way up here, I think. Yep, here he comes. How is this compatible with anyone's OCD? Well, it ends up being compatible once you actually design a part that fits, apparently the first try, to center it on the rails. This board with a CB1 on it, better to have. What is the advantage? So these boards can take a CB1, which is Big Tree Tech's little Compute Module 4 equivalent module, or it'll take an actual CM4 if you could get them. Then you could actually use the DSI connector for a screen. And remember, there's a SD card on the bottom here. I'll have to access 2 of them. One on the end, one that way. We'll figure that out when we get to wiring and stuff. So yeah, those went on there just fine. Okay, so that one, we can put the, okay, so this is going to clip on from that direction. So I want to put these this way, and we can partially thread these in because the mounts on this power supply are slotted. Do you know if these DIN clips are supposed to be better than the old flatter style? They do hold better, David. They do hold better. Okay, there's that. And one more. We'll work our way around Charlie as he wants it. The one underneath is for the CM and the one on the end is for the Manta. That's good to know, Stephen. We will recover that, go over that once we get to the point where we're flashing the board. Okay, so mounts on the power supply, mounts on the Manta. I forgot to print the mount for the U2C, so. I watched the streams and noted the blatant cruelty to LETs. Okay, we've got some DIN clips. I think we'll have one for AC and one for DC, I think. I can go over there. Where are we at? 210. We're only at about 4 hours in. Only 4 hours in. See ya, Joker Nut. We're probably not too far from ending. We will see. I might go a little bit longer. Go as far as we can with the parts that I have. We bond the PSU to the chassis and rails. Not typically. The bed gets grounded because it's AC. We'll have to pull, is there a ground wire on it? We'll have to make sure there's a ground wire on it. Okay, now you've been petted, so you get to go back here. Oh. Okay, let's get the stuff on here. This is gonna go right here. Nope, right here. That goes right there, like that. This will come over here. This is just power lines. I'll probably replace them unless they line up correctly, which they might, actually. That'll go there. That will go there. And then the Manta will go here. Probably shift that over that way. Oh, yeah, and those look like they might line up okay. Motor power, power, right there. And we'll probably have to make some jumpers to get these to work right. All exposed metal should be grounded if there is a mains connection. Yeah, probably. Anyone going to Smurf, get your room at Mercer Oxford Eastgate. It's literally 100 steps to the entrance of the hall. I will have to have you remind me of that, Scott, because I need to get my stuff booked. Enough space between hot end connectors and motor. Between hot end connectors and motor. Not really. So let's shift that. That's a good point. Oh yeah, I haven't tightened this one down yet. Let's loosen this side. Shift the whole thing that way. Since I don't really need anything on that side, because here's a SD card and here's the other SD card on the bottom side, so I have easy access to those. If I shift that to there, then I've got a lot of room here. For the BTD boards, is the numbered pin usually ground? That's usually the one that's identified as a pin. It depends on what it is. Most things are a switched ground. If I understood your question correctly. Let's pull this out so I can properly tighten these. Okay. The mains over short to a non-earth chassis, you could make it all live. I get it. Let me figure out what the standard practice, industry practice would be for that before we get into that too much. We don't usually ground everything. What's reasonable? We definitely ground the bed. The bed gets grounded for sure. The bed grounds to the chassis, so you do have anodizing on the chassis, but for the most part, the heads on the screws should be, we could test it, but it should create a path through the whole frame. So by grounding the bed on this printer, by grounding the bed, we are grounding the frame. So this driver here is super handy. I bought it probably 15 to 20 years ago. It is RD Logics, as you see there. I probably bought it at A Main Hobby here in the US. I don't know who RD Logics is, if it's just a generic rebrand. I don't know, but the shaft on it is a good length for a lot of this stuff, and being a ball driver is really nice. Is that driver recharged using USB-C or micro USB? That's funny. Okay, so that's gonna go there, and then I forgot to print a mount, but the U2C is gonna go over here. And then a short USB here to there. And yeah, so that'll all fit pretty well there. What can we do? We could probably put the rear skirts on. Front skirts are kind of up in the air for me right now because I don't know what I'm gonna do for a display. But we can probably start putting on like the rear skirts. Make a little bit of progress. The rear skirt is this guy. One piece, goes all the way across. There is some sacrificial parts here, thin spots that get cut out. That's just for printability. Oh, yeah, I should get some special Steve Builds branded ball end screwdrivers made. There we go. If you can mount the LEDs to copper tubing and run coolant through the tubing, you can collect some of the heat. Be a lot of copper. What do we, oh, we're talking about Bill Brothers. Will you be able to connect the hot end heater with the motor there? Yes, yes, there's enough room here. Barely, but there's enough room there. Do you print a mount for the SSR or use a metal mount? I'll be using a metal mount. We always use metal mounts for these. Well, we should be. That's all that's in the BOM. There isn't a printed version available from us. Time for coffee. Okay, so like I said, that one's cleared out. Now I've got this one here. Maybe I'll just do like that. That. And that is gone. Okay. And that is going to go. Have you ever heard of whining sound coming from a V0 PSU when there's no load? I was told it's normal. What a Meanwell or one of the Mornsons? I have not heard that on mine. And they're on all the time. I think this is gonna go, how does this go? Gotta go in there, and it's probably gotta go underneath that. I'm just test fitting. Yep, that's gonna go right in there like that. Whew, interesting. Hey, Marcel. There we go. And then we probably have some fasteners in here. Oh, maybe I missed some. Maybe I don't have all of them that I need. I have one here. I don't see one over here. Oh, there it is. Okay. There's a fastener right there. It is a tight tolerance, yep. Well, the bigger problem, or not problem, but what's making it tight is there's these indexing features that have to kind of snap into place, and there's a little bit of flex in these corners to get underneath the accent piece here. If I took the feet off, it would be a little easier. Mike, thanks for becoming a member. And holy moly, we've had 164 new members today. That's between gifts and new members. I think that's might be a record for single stream new members. Does that PSU have a pot to adjust the voltage output? Not that I see. There might be something accessible somewhere else. I don't think so. Linus, thanks for being a member for 9 months. This 2-bit, this is where the power inlet goes. It snaps into there. And then there's a little bit of shielding here to help keep your fingers from getting in there. Note to self, Micron, no drop nuts recommended. Yes. Love the streams, always learn something. Thanks for doing these, Steve. Awesome, thank you. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what we can practically make progress on today. I could probably start, let's see. I'm gonna need, I'm gonna need a Wago connector there. So let's get this stuff out of the way. Let's get the controller and the power supply out of the way. I've got a Wago mount here, and I've got nuts that were inserted for that. So let's put that together. So we're going to do a 3-position Wagos. The accent color peeks through the skirt. Where did I read that? I might change my V0 across to use an external PSU and replace the mains input with a XT60. Oh, I like the way the accent color peeks through the skirt. Yeah, and there's other pieces that go on here too. I think there's some, these pieces go on here, and I think they snap in or slide in. Yeah. Okay. These. I need some 3-pin. 1. And a 2. And a 3. Okay, so that is going to go right there. Let's line up the fasteners. And then probably 8. Yeah. And then where's that one? It's right there. Okay, now I'm going to line this up pretty much all the way over next to that opening in the deck for the wires. So just to make it accessible. So that's where that's going to go. That's where that's going to stay. So now we have our Wagos in place there. This is going to make that still accessible, I think. I hope. Hope I can snap those open. If not, I'll have to move it away and then snap it all closed and then install this. I use a Shapeoko V-wheel for my keyback installer. Is this too sneaky of a way to make a Voron with a V-wheel? Ooh, that's a good question, PXN. I don't know. We might deny that serial request for using V-wheels. I think I'd let it slide. Time to get the work bag ready. See ya, BH. So, I think I am going to have a hard time opening those with this in place, but it just means I'll have to wire it in and then put the skirt in place. I don't think that's a big problem. I don't have to touch that often. It was denied. Let me let Charlie out. We still have the Charlie cam up? No. Okay. 21 likes to go to 400. Awesome. After stream, check my DM in Discord. I'm logging. See ya, Clips. I will check. Okay. I need power wires. Let me see what I have. Okay, I've got power wires. Oh, you know what I might not have enough of though is connectors. Did I miss my name called? Nope, you didn't. We had both winners here. Okay, I have AC, the inlet power. Let's grab an inlet. Got a power inlet. These are Adams Tech. Adams Tech without a fuse in there, so let me grab a fuse. Fuse is in. Are those special Wago connectors or just a 3D mount? It's a 3D printed mount. It's in the Micron files. It's the file that Hardk provided. If anyone's thinking about CAN, make sure you get one with the ADXL built in. That's a good thing to have it built in. It's not necessarily the ideal location for it though, but I think it probably gets close enough. Okay, so this is gonna go in the end here, but we don't want to do that yet because it'll make it a pain to get to the wires. So now I need to find my crimp-on connectors, which I seem to be running low on, but I may be okay. These are the narrower than this. Let's go these. Okay, so I need a ground wire. And the big crimpers. And this is blue. Make sure it's tight. And then make sure that it clips on. I got the right size. There we go. So ground is on. EBB36 ADXL does not work. I was thinking about CAN. Oh, let me let Charlie in. Okay, and then we have to run little jumpers for each switch. Do I have enough? Ooh, I do not have enough connectors. I do not have enough. Oh, maybe these will work. Ah, these are it. Okay, I'll use these. I have a different set, so I'll use the blue one for ground, and I think I can use these for the others. So I need to make little jumpers. Is there a kit for the Micron? So this is a partial kit. This is provided by LDO, sold by West 3D and Fabrico in the US. They're the only places right now that sell it, but I'm sure if you talk to your local or your preferred LDO vendor, you could at least express your interest in it. Otherwise, there are other kits out there for the Micron. I think DFH makes one. I don't know who else might. There was another brand, but I'm drawing a blank. Okay, so I'm just crimping up some wires here for the AC inlet connections. Oh, that one didn't work. So that one's wasted. Redo it. Full test. Full test is important. There we go. Then I'm going to make these same length. Making jumpers. Go. Seen the new Annex MMU? I have, but I have not looked at it in detail. I don't know what its deal is. Jeff, thanks for becoming a member. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, neutral to a switch side, and then live to another switch side. There we go. Okay. And then another wire. Actually, I feel like that. Yep. I thought I felt it push some wires out of the way. There we go. So these are the crimpers that are listed on the BOM for I think all the accessories or the optional parts or whatever, the tools and stuff. I bought those when I was building my first Voron. So Doggo forcing me out of the room gets it's time to continue wiring my 2.4. Have fun. We need 11 more likes before I can close this out. I think you guys are right. We need 11 more likes. This is going to be really short, so I'm going to kind of guesstimate. I think something like that is probably going to be enough length here. Let's give myself a little extra. And then right there and right there. And then we'll just strip the 11 millimeters off the end here. So 11 millimeters is the amount of exposed wire you want for a Wago. And it's listed on the Wago itself, that distance, or that length. If you look at a Wago, on the side here, says 11, and that length there is your wire strip length. Yep, and yep. Whew, my stomach's growling. Where are we at? It goes to 11, yes. Okay, so this just needs to be about the same length too. And strip that to 11. Now this can go in. Driving from Alberta, oh boy. Yeah, how long is that drive, James? How long is the drive? Okay, so that's gonna snap into there. And then these are gonna come out and connect to the Wagos here. I think you need to like yourself. Then we have 400. Oops, I'm making a mess. Is there a reason why kits don't come with a filtered inlet like spec'd in the BOM? Cost and location. So the filtered inlet is dependent on region as well. About 19 hours. Oh, you got me beat. I'm looking at a 17 to 18 hour drive. Oh, it's 4. I see a 4. I see a 4. Awesome. Oh, what time is it? 2:40. Okay. So we are going to kind of put this into place. Maybe see if we can get these on here. Do these just go on right now? I think those just go on like that. See you, Ken. Let's go on like that. We're minutes away from being done for the day, I think. I'm gonna put this into place knowing that I'm gonna have to take it off again. So I'm not even gonna clip those into the Wagos. But what I am going to do is get this just kind of popped in here. So at least we get an idea of what the back of the printer looks like. And what the aesthetic is. Very nice. Whew. 20 minutes till Monday. I'm glad it's not 20 minutes till Monday here. Yeah, it looks good. I like it. So Art K's preferred skirts are not hexes. So I'm honoring his preference by going with the alternates. Now the default files are hexes, but there are some mods folders, and these slotted skirts are what's in there. So that'll be the aesthetic all the way around for that. Oh. It's like we have an end of stream Charlie visit. Whew. So I think we're gonna call it there. We've made some good progress. So next stream, my expectation would be to build mini stealth burner and make some serious progress on wiring it up. Maybe even get it mostly wired. Expect next stream will probably be fairly long. So, what do we got? So tomorrow. So if you didn't hear, tomorrow I'm planning on doing, and I'm gonna schedule it right after this, sometime early this afternoon, I'm gonna schedule it. I'm planning on doing a follow-up ender wire stream. So the intent there is to kind of go over the couple of problems I had at the end that weren't quite 100% resolved during that ender wire build. It is the original version, it's not Rev 2, but kind of go over that and start a print, talk about the printer. I've printed quite a bit on it, actually. Not hundreds of hours, but maybe 100 hours. And I'm pretty pleased with it. I think my friend is gonna get a ton of use out of it. So we're just gonna go over that so I can hand it off to him. So I don't need to keep it around for that follow-up that I've been wanting to do so long. So, yeah, and then members only stream will be Saturday. I still have no idea what we're gonna cover, but we'll figure something out. And that's about it. So huge thanks to, so everybody who's contributed to this build. Our LDO is the kit. Fabrico provided the boop parts, the special parts for boop. Big Tree Tech provided the electronics, most of the electronics. The U2C and the can stuff I provided myself. Yeah, so thanks to all of them. Thanks to Polymaker for the giveaway. Thanks to LDO for the giveaway. Thanks to everybody who gifted memberships. 165 members today. That's nuts. So thanks again. Hope everybody has a good rest of the day. Hope to see a lot of you tomorrow. Most of you tomorrow, all of you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day, rest of your weekend, and we'll see you soon. Have a good one. Bye.